See which one of these teams can really step up to the plate, and that's what this is all about. As they say, it is make or break.
That's right. That's what they're saying these days here for the World's 2021 World Championship. And I gotta say, I kind of lean towards what Kaizen is saying about Infinity. They have looked stronger than Peace overall when it comes to some of these really critical matchups. Their matchup against Honda Life Esports yesterday, they had a pretty big potential to come back, actually. They bounced back and punished a lot of Honda Life Esports' plays. Whereas if you compare that to Peace's performance against Honda Life, which is kind of the measuring stick, the shared team between these two, it was not even close, unfortunately. As you know, was mentioned by Bev in that interview, you fall behind early, you find yourself falling behind in solo lanes, and you can really just, kiss your chances of victory goodbye sometimes in the bottom lane, especially there. That was where they had their biggest issue. But I think this is part of the reason why we are seeing such high priority on picks like the Irelia very early on in draft, because it's a pick that makes you feel like you've got your destiny in your own in terms of the solo lane. Not going to fall too far behind. Doesn't have too many picks, so
wait lang.
That trend continues here in this third draft.
Which is why the cannon was a little bit confusing. He was doing well in fall against the but after that, Chase really stepped it up. And
Asa naman tong Juan?
either way, we are into the third game of the day. Infinity Esports up against Peace, and already you can see the bans here. We got the Poppy ban once again against Visit Chaozu. We got TF and Nidalee off the board. And for Peace aside, they banned LeBlanc, Lucian, and MF.
Yeah. The targeted ban once again against Bobbits. Nidalee is really cool to see, but this will mean that Solid Snake can play his Lee Sin. Will actually get through the grab here.
Nangulatan naman ka.
Priority with MF off the board here too. Doesn't feel like you lose both a really
Gago, upat, go!
in this
Oh, go! Upat!
tier bottom lane. So
Ah!
Lilia here provides once again going down that AC jungle.
Di mo mong hawa, ha? Oo, sa Jinx. Ala, naman sila stop ganiha. Kaya di bisita sa bot. Namalhin.
Bilis nagka-upat.
Along with what he said in his interview, how they have been playing. They just need to execute on it, and that's really been the issue. Is picked up once again.
Zir, a very strong pick to be in for game pressure, and once you hit level 6,
nawalang tuna.
combo potential.
Ay, nag-jungle lang ka, Zik. Alo, o yung Jinx gaw, siya ka isa.
Kaya man daw niya daw. Ano may ikuan, Lee
Total listen. Ah, tindog sa streaks na ako.
Mamugod ng combo niya, no?
Ako sa nagay nga ng player.
Ay,
Kaya murag conservative yan sila. Sige sila kaning ano lang mag ano lang.
Mabiyan eh kung ginagamit sa una. Dugo na, patay. Patay? Wala.
Patay na, boy na. Boy. Kapit lang. Ulit. Throw. Ah, siya nga to.
Pag yun.
Strong ones off the bat. In fact, now can start to isolate some of Bogax's champion player. The Aatrox is removed.
Absolutely, the Aatrox removed. We also had an interesting stat, the MF 100% pick rate when it is not. It is banned in this game, so I wanted to mention that because we will not see her this time around. And that might continue, with how much success this MF has been having. Wouldn't be surprised to see her getting
Trap ko, gasto. Walang bantay. Butang din ang Jinx. Kaya nga ate.
both the Aurelia and the Jace, which can of course be flexed. It's a very comfortable matchup, but when you consider that you've already got a Silas on the other side, and it's a lot of engagement, and thinking about, okay, I gotta deal with this Lee Sin flank, potentially I gotta deal with Silas, who can actually engage and Kennen on top of all of that. I understand the ban here, even though it doesn't make sense from a matchup perspective. It does make sense in terms of the synergy with the composition of Infinity Esports are building.
Yeah, you can also just find out a Belios and say, well, come at us. Sometimes before those reactive ultimates, but we will not see it in this game. So, you have a Zaya hook, which is definitely something we haven't been seeing too much of, and it's going to be locked in.
Yeah, Zaya, very interesting to see here in this tournament. We've seen it as a counterpick in the LPL 3 oftentimes for Kaisa. She's fallen out of meta, and Zaya has fallen with her.
Patay. Napaka-SS sa tugol. Lata dito ba? Wala. Pa-flash siya.
Nag-flash.
Yan eh, nag-flash yan eh.
All the engage tools that this composition already has can be very terrifying. They're looking for aggressive support out of this too.
Na, wala taga.
Big potential.
Likod sa papalikod.
The threat here is a different composition, but they actually go looks like
Gilang, dagan lang.
a lot of power in this lane.
Alam ko na!
Is going to be the problem with this recon pick is now you give them the Leona counter pick potentially. Now they're looking towards this Lulu again for some of that mobility around the map.
Mag-chat all lang ano,
Powerful
Kazik.
with two strong melee frontliners.
Nagmabaog na mo, hilo man narin.
Strong counter pick for lane. You've got Zaya already very strong into this match.
Ibog din agaw.
Okay with you taking
hilo
a
man
pike even, you have a lot of pick potential. And there were a lot of options. So you mentioned it earlier on. So many supports available here. The move will actually fall through this draft completely.
Kazik dito. Wala. Wala, patay na.
Pieces draft, like, overall, all the pieces. But they come together, except that Zaya feels
Oh,
a bit...
yeah, imbas.
Obviously, can deal with a little bit of, the non-action. Sin that wants to get in there. The recon now, even. Feels like that was drafted straight into Zaya.
Lulu, madul siya eh.
Just to make sure they can lock that.
Ay, mali. Nice.
Nagtuupag. Kuan
Layo
ha?
na, mag-flash ba? Kita na tagaw.
Wala. Mabantay.
Slow ko. Ga.
Gago, ano matay? Ay, kulang dito gisa.
Dili, bago lang DC yung ano.
Oh.
Rengar. Kompleto man tag niya. Wawa, DC na sad.
Nagsuro. Globe Gaming.
Globe Gaming wala.
Globe Gaming. So, gaming ko na deron din. Bawal yan, kaibigan.
I have a lot of faith in Bobbitt after what he was able to do. 10,000 gold down against someone like esports. There he was able to turn
Dre na, nakibutang sa ako na.
started himself, so we're here. Both 0-2.
Ay, di na lang ko. Gamay na ako blood.
Lose here, you go down.
Yeah, na, nice one.
Dah!
Ay, tama din, na-ward dra. Ah.
Both of these teams, they're kind of
Kaya nga ito, gosh, wala mo flash ba?
Sayang no, ma
Out of reach.
recorded.
Yeah, I mean that's just one of the realities of play-ins, right? Is that unfortunately some of the play-ins teams are from major regions and they have a lot more experience than you. So some of these other
DR.
teams have obviously
So, daga na di kong bet.
experience and are going to struggle in the
Pila yung
early
bet
parts of the
mo?
groups. But I do
Five
feel
na.
like what's been really cool
Ay,
about
tama kasi gang in Kazik.
Patay.
One Jinx 3-1. Late hit.
GG, they have a very unique style. Tally.
Oh man,
Itoy.
what's happening already? We got the flash.
Apil di ka itong sa splash. Pero ang gamay ng splash na to.
You think that was my opinion?
Damagean ako. Damagean no. Damagean daan kada kuan ba kada. Damagean din ako daan dai. Kada. Damagean daan ba. Na, dali ra bitong cooldown. Damagean ang daan.
Ilan ko daw na?
Mga 6 seconds na yata to.
6 seconds lang isis mo?
Ay, 22 din nakabutang.
Oh, gosh.
6 seconds na nakabutang gago sa cooldown.
Tingnan mo, pas pa kaya no?
Yan.
There's 2 way.
Yan, pakita na ron, damagean ako daan.
Ganun. Lula, wala po mag ano. Ay, bago sila.
Doon sila. Damagean na to.
Basta skillet ka po.
19, 18,
Ibuong
16.
ba? Ala, na. Ay, padulong daw, ay padulong.
Bukan na to sa class.
Awa, si Ilax ang nabiktima.
Buang siya.
Dito sa ko.
They're going at it. Does
Bob's getting it.
Snake wants a piece of that.
Well, look, I gotta say about this, appreciate the anecdotes about Valley or
Si Pok ba?
it's been true.
Wala sa inyo ha.
Fortunately here for Peace, in terms of experienced players, is Vizidachi actually returning to pro play here in such a high stakes.
Dali ay.
Going to World Series, coming in, big shoes to fill, top laner here for Peace, who got them to Worlds in the first place. And he has kind of been
Mas pasa sa gago.
Ay, mina ay.
just collapsed on. I think a lot of people consider him the weak link for this team, and you see that Infinity Esports is already kind of going down that same vein. They are able to get
Liw ka imo,
away,
gago.
unable to get more. They do end up losing the Scuttle here.
Tuloy. Ora na ako. Naman.
Exchange down here on the bottom Scuttle.
Oh, and maybe getting
Wala slow.
instead is Tally getting so low.
Ay, Kazik siguro ba?
Get away just barely.
Ano
Ah, nataas dahil. So na rin na rin.
Layuan na kapta na gago. Dog.
Dahil nga.
Boy, patoy.
Give you a lot of follow-up power
Boy,
potentially.
pao.
Cody himself.
Madre.
Uy, uy, day.
In my research for Worlds and watching Cody play, you know, the Faker comparison I think might be a little bit lost. But he is very
Gato ka.
Melee champions for assassins in the mid lane. We saw yesterday. You're a little bit rough on the edges in terms of that kind of precision. Coming up big form, uses plays there. But on the side,
Nice.
Ang ka.
one of the champions I think it gives you
Ano ba?
Ano ni Salo mo? Ano ni Salo mo ka? Para di ay ito.
Tally just standing up to that.
Eastern Rider. Buhay kayo madakpan mo ba?
Let's take a look at the options.
Still pa ay.
The minion wave here is so massive for Peace. If that minion wave is not there, you can probably just continue to push the issue
Aman pa.
forward there and actually grab
Top
the
top.
Tuloy siguro.
So,
Mid pa, mid. Kaya ang mid na to, na-push, no?
Wala pa
Ay,
yung puso.
tap. Tap, day. Tara. Ala, Rengar, tulog ka muna.
Down he will go. First blood is going to be given over to Bobbin.
Gago na, dire.
Seal start as well, so they're going to pick up a few stacks there. Great
Buangay.
when Cody goes in like that, you know you have an opportunity to counter there. Vanguard's able to clear things up there in the last
Nga. 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 Kaya. Ba?
kind of shutting down the opinions of the analysts going into
Ultra instinct.
Nga.
Nga.
aggressively.
Nga.
Locks him in.
Ultra instinct.
Oh no.
He steals the Vanguard's edge himself, but it's not going to save him.
Restart.
I like it. Post this to Jinx.
In time, he's alone if there too much damage. Got to be so careful when you don't know where the enemy jungler is and operate that aggressively against the champion Aurelia that can spin around on a dime.
Upgrade demo go.
Ha?
Upgrade demo.
It's going to get started here for the side of Peace. They get that one kill.
Wala, lagi na yun.
So hoping that the team that gets that early lead can turn it into
Wala po mo nagpailis.
Lehama
May
like
plano pailis sa internet eh.
to pull that off.
Pag nanang dito,
Yan ang dito.
dito naman ginahulat niya ako.
Position right now. They
Wala
have
pa dahil biro na.
the top side about
Dugay pa kayo na. Balag dugay, sulit. Ay, nari ka taas. Lati ko. Ala, bag. Ala, so dagan. Igo lang ang first kill na. Lata, din ka ron.
Hapit.
finally scoop up the kills.
I mean, considering what's happened to him, this year play-in stage and this game, respect that if you don't know where the Lee Sin is, you've just got to play a little bit passively up there. And Nara's not going to be able to put that much damage on her. He has polishing his blade. Has more trading in the mid lane.
Ito namatay.
This time Solid Snake is nearby. There is a ward that did spot him, so
Post na din sa mid eh.
He's got level 6, but I don't think you want to commit with Cody nearby. This is actually really risky.
Ooh, Ackerman's here, and so is White Lotus. They're just gonna jump onto this guy. Even the Moonlight Vigil comes in, and Cody is going to scoop up the kill. Tally sitting on pad. Still did not have a splash, so just goes down there. Ackerman able to set up that kill.
I feel like 2 kills does not do justice to how much action you've seen
Go, tabangin ko diri, go.
because of this game. All
Oh, padala na ka diyan.
We talked about it going into this series. The analysts mentioned it as well. This is going to be the
Wait lang ha, palit ako. Wait lang, kali lang. And then gold. Alright, let's go. Ano ba yung ikaw, bande?
Buwang ka sa inyo. Buwang.
Na-steal to? Ay, wala din na-steal.
Wala.
Betis ma itong amawa to.
Sayang naman.
Yeah, they're gonna try to fight.
Tara, BR ta. Ay, BR day.
Maybe looking to line up.
BR. Tara.
Sleep on Tumulto. Not
Nama
quite
ko yung red.
but it's a very aggressive push into the river. It allows them to secure vision control at this point.
Okay.
Wait lang. Ano ba, Drigaw? Kaning Oracle, Drigaw.
Peace are gonna go for this.
Wala.
Na.
Nga day.
Nego ni mo. Okay na.
Oh. Man, suman.
Shoot.
Sayang naman.
Namatay mo.
Gago, napatay na ko. Gago. Napatay na ko, gago, napatay na ko. Sayang naman. Sayang naman.
Tara, let's go. Anak ko.
Sayang naman.
Oh, yan na. Sunday ka na. Kalimot ko.
May
May Hydra lang na.
mga intro boys.
Intro mo lang.
how low this goes before the engage. Look at Bugus' Narbar. And look at where he is, 1v3.
Tapos,
Such a perfect play.
dali sa boss.
The Latin American player goes into the rush here. Ward has to be used, and then boom,
Your team
double
has
stuns there. The
destroyed
follow
a
from
turret.
Ackerman. So
An
perfectly
enemy
done at the
has
choke
been
point like that.
slain.
They were the ones coming in.
We got more fighting. They're trying to burst down Cody before any of this goes, and they will get down, actually. Solid Snake as well. In a lot of trouble, and Infinity
Oh,
nicely set up.
wow, please ka na.
It's kind of one of those situations.
Mga ulul.
He knows who's stuck in with the other one, but actually, it was Frost that got the advantage on the back of that. Now they're looking for this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, they're going to grab the Infernal Drake, the Scuttle with it, so a lot of extra gold and experience going over to Bobbit. But the big story here is that Tally is going to get more gold. He's sitting at 0, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really tell the story.
nag-away sila si, ano ba, si Aaron at si Jan.
Asa?
Ging lang.
Asa?
Awi. Kaya nakabi mo, ha?
His Itachi has no flash right now. He's just
Yeah.
going to run down in the top side.
Awi, DC.
We had the MasterCard First Mythic and the Infernal Drake coming down at the same time. So
Gago. Asa na nga kuan? Gago.
Talaga meron na.
He's basically just running the show by himself. I mean, this is
Sa ano, sa GC sa Mobile Legends.
Silas, against this composition, can
Nag-rate man sa yan, si Aaron.
obviously the Vanguard is going to be quite critical, or the solo player. Even though he's behind
Oo, laging Aaron lagi.
Gago.
talking of course about Cody here in this game, he's going to be able to help set up with those ultimate catches.
Gay.
Loy, gina si Jan, kaya gana Aaron na rin pala.
Gago. Stupid fucking gay.
By any means, they need to take the control lead right now. Advantage in mid can be shored up by this lead. Sonar on the top side.
And, you know, generally, Nar, not a carry champion.
Gago,
When he
sir.
gets Divine Sunder and he's 4-0, 13 minutes into the game, anybody can be a carry. So, your dreams can be lived out. Even you Singed players out there, or any other kind of tanks, even the Ornn players out there, you can do it. And,
Just watch Morgan.
yeah,
Wala.
just watch
Kingin'.
Morgan. True.
Ay, nag-leave.
Yeah, I mean, Beast kind of grouped up for it at that Rift Herald fight, and Bugak found the perfect timing. And really, it's all kind of the dominoes falling after that.
Stupid fucking
And
game.
Sally's trying his best in the mid lane. He's really trying to be aggressive on the Aurelia. This is something they even talked about in that recent interview. Like, they need to win these lanes and get a comfortable
Away.
in the mid game. I see that, but Tali's getting CC'd down. The Vanguard's in from the silence doing a lot, but he's able to turn it around as Bobbit comes in, and the Q from the Lee Sin will stay
Gago si Aaron.
Sully gets out unscathed.
Mayuta na may gago.
Can make that impact there. This is actually really well played by Tally because he knows his teammates are going to collapse in and save it. What looked like an extremely risky and greedy play ends up being the correct one. They're able to bait Cody in, get a pick here, stave off this Rift Herald pressure, and continue to maintain that control.
Mabuag
Oo,
yun.
lagi kayo si Jan lagi. Sigaw na si Jan ba?
Kasi ikaw ba ninyo Zra?
So much gold, he doesn't have the
Ano lang, si Ivan o
these
si
fights are actually
Pacquiao.
stuck with Meganar.
Huh?
Si Aaron man na gano'n yan, eh. Kaya ano daw siya out of place daw siya sa GC na to.
Pwede man siya magkuhan dito. Hilom kay karon.
Pula niya. Gani, ilong gani. Ano, iban ako.
Are going to be very impactful when Bogax isn't there. Later
Dala na lang.
on, when we see real straight up front to back 5v5 team fights, that's when Infinity can obviously use this to their advantage. The fact that they have a 4-0 Nar.
Naunahan ko sa Yumi ba?
Those fights first, and they have to stay
Una akong instaban.
They're looking for a fight on the tally right
Ah.
now.
He's trying to bait him
Wait
in
lang.
for the Leo,
Kuhan.
but guess what?
Rider ako
Tali's
ni.
here too. Nice dodge by Tally. He's trying to buy time for the Lily.
Ay, sorry.
Both of them, the Lee Sin trying to flash away, but it's not going to be enough. Swift
Mayuta.
might be Lilia, big Gnar into the wall, but Mugax is just a little bit burnt out. He will get taken
Ay,
down.
sorry.
Who is
6 and 1, 10 stacks on that Dark Seal.
Pag
That's
please,
a ton
para
of extra
ganahan
going
ko.
over this Lilia, who makes
Bayutan.
I gotta say, Tally's performance over this Aurelia has been fantastic. His lead in the mid lane is part of why Cody is struggling
Buang
to actually
ni
make an impact in some of these mid-game fights.
Buang mo lang.
He's not able to teleport in. His teleport's often down. He's not able to join if he did. Rush 2.
Gago nawala na po. Atay.
You have that advantage as a side lane. And then when you add this Lilia
Hadlock man day maba nilang kuan day.
Goes in, is aggressive, and then has just been so good at using Aurelia's Qs to get out of dodge, escape, and actually bait Infinity in. You see Bobbit come through there for the finish. As you mentioned, he's 6-1 in this game now. Went for the burst damage again with this Luden's Echo. And I gotta say, Infinity really struggling to stick through this mid game where they can, if they don't take these poor fights, if they don't end up getting picked and overextending here, you can absolutely come back in the late game with the comp that you have. But the overextension here is real. Double sleep into the follow-up here from
Gago.
and that's 2 kills.
Yep. The new Axe effect replay shows us all the action here as Peace really just shutting them down quite literally. And yeah, just really doing a good job, I think, playing around Bugax and him trying to kind of carry the team himself, playing around that pressure.
Kasi ito gigamit gaya na. Ngati.
Peace to find opportunities as well. As Infinity
Gitong gipili na ako.
at the moment, Solid Snake is getting this one down.
Caitlyn yan eh.
They lose their bottom
Ang ganina ba?
but the Gnar still has pressure
Yan eh, Caitlyn.
on the top side.
Saman dito di ay.
They get taken down and shut down by the
Ay, saan ganyan katong nag-pick ta?
Oh. Yeah, apit na.
Loko pa nang
Yes, Bane. Bane dito, Bane. Bane. Bane dito, Bane.
Uy, Darius Kikas, oh.
Hello?
Inaansan na.
Ala ka diha? Ala? Ala ka diha?
He's only died once this game. Every time that happens, you know, they're getting objectives on the bottom side of the map. Violet's able to farm freely, or you grab another Drake. It's the second of the ball of the game here for Peace. And this 4-0 Gnar, who's now 4-1, doesn't feel like a 4-0 Gnar. You know, we talked about what he can do, the ifs, right? And he had that miraculous play around that first Rift Herald. But unfortunately, Gnar isn't able to, until you go to those real 5v5 teamfights, use that lead to gain advantages elsewhere, as White Lotus is alone.
Well, he's going to have to flash out of that one. If he didn't flash, he was so dead. So definitely the right maneuver there. But Peace grouping up real quick. Great macro maneuver.
Ang gwapo lagi nagkuha no, skin no?
They get the flash out of White Lotus.
Kinsa?
And then they back away.
Bro, mapsiya nga shit.
Pick up some items as soon as they can.
Darius.
I mean, unfortunately,
Wala na, crime. Kau ba ni kakari na skin mo daw? Crime City.
realistically in this game who doesn't have
Oh, wala, Crime City. Kanamda.
so picking up some of that extra gold in the top lane, trying to struggle, trying to
Baduyan, ano eh,
because of
kaning
the CS situation
tawagan
he found himself
ron.
in against Tally.
Uy, Diyos meron.
Really hurts Infinity's ability to use this Gnar power. And yes, they pick up the second Rift Herald, and they are going to be able to grab a free turret here. And
Hindi ko na, libre rin ano, DLC ka ano.
careful about overextending
Wag lang,
right now.
sa, ano,
Buggus doesn't have
tawagan
a Gnar bar, so
breakpoint.
it's not going to be
Tanaw sa kuan sa naman sa Discord.
And this means that if you could look at the top side of your map,
Sa announcement.
where Tally's going, he's got a full wave up there. He knows that Infinity was
Wala ko din sa shop sa ano,
free to push
Epic.
that, and he might just have a free turret.
Ah, wala dira sa shop sa Epic, sa kuan mismo, sa dula.
Absolutely.
Ay, sa in-game i-claim, ana?
Muragi nga na.
With the Aurelia with the 6 and
Ah, bantog lang.
has 2 items already at this point.
I-try doon ako sa website nila, Bane, kasi na.
So impressive with the 10 stacks of the Dark Seal, as you mentioned. It's just like you're not really going to be able to kill Babbitt unless you CC him 100-0. And that's a really scary thought, especially because Ackerman's trying to get this engaged. Here comes the Lee Sin. Really nice kick over the wall, actually, into the stolen solar flare from the Silas, so they get the Leona. As here we go, finally they're able to lock down Bobbip, and all of a sudden, couple of members going too deep in the enemy jungle, and you're going to lose Baron potential.
You had to do Babbitt dirty. You had to say, unless they 100 him to 0 on CC, and he was pretty much locked down that whole time. Teleport coming through here as they look to contest this.
Yeah, looks like Infinity want to go for the turn. It is against the Zaya, not going to be easy to lock down, but with the Mega Gnar, they're looking for Tally. As here comes Solid Snake. Gonna look for the slow at least, and this is quite the far chase. They might be able to get Tally, maybe, as Cody nearly dies to Violet. And Tally is still on the run, not gonna be able to find another flawless duet. And at least they get the kill, I suppose. At least
Dark Souls game ba?
They're gonna be pretty happy with this. Yes, you lose Tally.
Natawa lang ko kayo. Comic yung tweet ba?
Time for Babbitt to respawn here. Cody gets very low. Some minions here on the top side of the map, but we'll be fine. thankfully for him, is going to be able to get out of there. Will lose a little bit of this wave. Unfortunately, you see the question mark ping there, but it happens to everyone. Is finally got his Everfrost online now, so he's going to be able to have a bigger impact in these upcoming team fights. Can set up some roots, can try to punish Babas. As we saw in that last fight, you called it out right before. Babas actually can be CC'd 100 to 0 if he is
so good today,
isolated while he's trying to be greedy. Meanwhile,
Oh, bago naman. Bago lang. Gago, bot sila tanan. Bot na daw, bot na may fiddle.
Gago, nagmotor ko. Ah!
A king does not need motor. Wala, nari sila sa taas tanan, no?
Ito magkuhan ko. Kaning sitaw gani.
Magbaling kita.
Oracle.
Sila kasigira dito.
Oracle.
Oracle. Wala, nasa sila tanan ka, no?
Ratago ta diri.
Top.
Ay diri na lang.
Tara.
Para magkuhan sila dito.
Hello.
Hello! Ano man?
Okay, nakita ko.
Darius oh?
Dari genot lang ang bawang dulo nun. Padula natin.
Hello!
Lagan ko eh.
This guy called out, let's go on to it, and then
Second day yung Yuna. Bakit may second to Earth eh?
The macro here in this later stage of the mid game is it doesn't feel structured very much, you know? It's
Nope.
something you got
Pero pa ako bantay si mong ward ba nga? Umuham din ang kwan.
all of a sudden all hell breaks loose.
So ginagamit, pag magano yung mag-guard. Ginagamit na.
Ice Bear Blood.
Huwag na ito, ano, silang dua.
Ligago!
Wala na yung bal.
May bato.
Sambala ka lang.
Gago na bato.
Pwede ni damage.
Lang may damage. Pang slow lang yun.
Oh?
Bato.
Yeah. Slow lang ito.
Bato. Bato.
Pwede ako kadali ang pag-bot ako kaya para palugi sila. Pass. Wow, brum.
Yung.
Will clean up the house and be the only one left to stand. I mean, we're 27 kills into this game in 25 minutes, and this is the kind of action you expect to see.
Zone.
And finally, 12 and 2. Guard out starting to really show itself here. It was a really close fight, and you could see the potential of what this team compromise
Wall
can
grid lang.
do. Is there when Villa is here.
Cancel mo yun.
Actually, you know, a third fight above line. If he has to be here in this fight, I think they win that quickly. He's not quite that far online just, you know, one more in this game. So we haven't reached that late side of But what's
Grabe, yung kaya ko yung face patawan.
is that you can see that how difficult it is to kill this Aurelia in these team fights, and then the follow-up CC in these longer fights here for Peace. This allows Violet free reign. And yes, at the end of the
Mong scale, way pulos.
Like, he is untouched in this fight. Now, I know you're probably watching this thinking, well, but they still tag.
Dabi sa do.
This is terrifying because in 5 minutes time, you won't realize what it is. This is going to fight happens. You can get those low kills, you can
Kaya palalig dikit ka tayo, mabira ka gaw.
Ay, bira. Ay, bira.
Kumpiyansa. Warrior gayo. Uy, wala go.
Gago. Di-flash.
Di ko kadol, kinaya na. Na-bleed.
Nice, uwi. Nalagi mga kontre.
Kalaban.
Yung mga burluloy.
Puro loloy na ikaw.
Ano? Kaya na mo ba?
Kaya tayo, gas. Sila ang Darius nila, ang Darius, Randall nila.
Sayang naman.
Randall eh. Ulit ako din. May bantay di agaw ha.
Bye-bye.
Ala. Ay, ikaw ko. Sobrang di akong ano de. Bawag din, ano? Tayo, di ba? Ayan na diyan, ay Darius at Randall.
Napakul. Accept your death.
Unong good siya, wala di pag-asa.
Gatuga kay Darius ha.
Ba, kung ana, para na po good kompetensya.
Kay kompetensya gaw, kaya naman ko gaw nga siya lang.
Dahil.
Balik dito.
Kaso luya sa ano eh.
Mura na yung mong buhat mo na.
Feeder.
Butang na kagbato. Oh, hindi, butang niya. Butang niya sa loob.
Doon dito sa loob.
Butang na sa loob. Hindi.
Nice one.
Gana, nabi ako anong skin mo, katawanan ka ng skin niya.
Yan eh. Okay, upcoming pa lang.
Gago. Akuratan ako.
Wala ako Q. Ay, kuha rin yung assist.
Gago. Ngagay ko nawala siya.
Gani. Pero Kha'Zix. Yeah, wala may Kha'Zix pa rin. Hindi mo rin today. Paugang ano? Ang mid.
Di sagikan.
Sa mid. Nag-1v1 sila ni Lee Sin.
Top na punta.
Top na punta. Talibard? Tulong na ko.
Uy, gago. Nadedring.
Golden
Amaw.
favorite ko. Ayun, pakuha igisis gaw. Gasong gahian yan.
Sarap na kung saan
Bulungin
ibira.
na, gato. Simba tayo. Pag-item ka, Darius. Ay.
Bro, pangit lagi ng skin.
Yan eh. Pangit na.
Ito ka.
Uy, gago. May ward.
Look, gahi ay.
Itoy.
DR na yung kagwa.
Have to use any tools on the turn. The sleep, you know, forcing the clans.
Naunahan pa ko na yung item mo.
One nga kill. Yan eh.
Ultimate there way later on, so you could be so
Ah, tulo na yung buo ng item mo, gosh.
on the rotation and
Pati daw, walay bot.
Di pa pagkahingaan niya ako.
Ah,
in that skirmish, but
DR oh.
all comes down
ako,
to
isa kong
on that war.
Kuha saan, DR sila gan.
Be so careful about where you're sweeping.
yan eh. Di na makuha. Kaya naiba na.
Ay, shit.
Bard. Ay, tara. Tudulong ko ba na lang.
Group stage might just be nil.
Ayaw pag front gaw. Makuha na sa di mong ult.
Everything that happened before this feels so insignificant compared to that
Kaya nga sa
one
misis, eh.
mistake that
Sayang.
Nasa likod.
Kala, nilihuli sila. Kabantay sila. Silas.
Patay mo. Yan.
Bago lang. Ayaw na pakuhay ult ni mo gaw. Very scary.
Bro?
Oh,
Ah!
di up boy, gato.
Kit kaya niyo eh.
Yan eh.
Just a little bit out of sorts here as we have the flash come in, the sleep onto the Aphelios, and now will come the cavalry piece. Are looking to take down all of these bowling pins in one fell swoop. As Sally now diving under the turret will be able to snipe this one. Actually, Chachi does pick it up, but with the mega
Tayang Fidel. Oh shit!
Wait. Ang trundle ba? Nanggamot sa bot to? Oo, sa bot.
Yan eh.
Nanggamot. Ala.
Hey, gato. Yan sa kayang, no. Go-all din siya.
Survivability on the Aurelia gave Violet so much space, gave Violet the ability to engage in. And this is a very pivotal win here for Beast because it keeps their chances alive. And as you mentioned, they have the toughest opponents in the group. You get the momentum rolling here for your last few games. Maybe you can turn it around. Maybe you make it through that tiebreaker. There's still hope.
There is definitely still hope. It's not going to be easy, but it has to start somewhere, and they do pick up a win. Unfortunately for Infinity Esports, don't believe they have a chance now to make it out of the group. They gave it a good shot. So, before, sometimes
No! Gago! Kabantay sa Bard.
but that is going to
Sa buhay pa ano? Ang Zoe. Kaya nga ito.
Nice play from Beast overall. Infinity gave their best. It was a rough
Bug.
but, you know,
Kaya kailang Bard.
sometimes you make those critical mistakes.
Pagano daw, pag ingani po do.
so we'll have to see
Gaya to. Gaya i-support.
who's going to go to a break. And we'll hear from
Yeah,
Oh, gaya po dito ano, Serat. 7-0.
yeah, yung support.
Randall ba pusher?
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Bago naabot lagi na diri.
Your turret has been
Ituyo-tuyo ka niya ano. Oh. Oh no.
Yate ang
Bard, niabot ang Bard. Wala niabot dahil. Wala ko yung life.
wa sa gagoy game mo niyang trash ba.
Ang ano, poster kayo lang ano. Randall.
Tawa ko sa bard.
Ano, 30 seconds. Ah! Sabi yung flash blow. Nagaw.
Ah!
Yung ate. Ah, wait. Hala, nag-riot. Hindihan natin sa patay. Patay.
Wa na nga igo ang mga skill sa listen.
Ay, serak dahil. Kalimot ko. Bantog lang. Feel kay ko. Ah!
Humuk lagi to.
Tara. Ano lang ako dyan? Mag-comeback lang ako dyan. Bard.
Body.
Feel na to? Nice. Feel dahil.
Bago na one hit ko.
Oh, one hit delete.
Kita to'y gag. Magkuha na lang ko yung mag. Mercular!
Kana, pre, ataw.
But at the end of the day, they showed us what we were talking about from earlier. Their ability to pull it together in the mid to late game, use their synergy as a team to ultimately...
Cultural drugstore tagaw.
Mercury.
What do you mean? I think
Mercury drug.
it was a tough
Mercury
game
day.
there for them. I think it could have been, it's still way cleaner. But let's take it to the point you were talking about, right? So then, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Available ito sa Mercury Drugstore nationwide.
Because I think Talion, the ability, despite not being the one picking up the players at the time, had so much pressure jumping around the metro. Late game team fight, and the man of the
Hapon daw na, ito hapon.
Well, then no surprise. Our oppo player of the game here. This is where I want to turn to you guys. Sounds like maybe you're a little bit more aligned with me on the awesomeness of this game.
Bullshit.
Hey man, I've been upset.
Agay! Kita gitu ano eh.
This was a sloppy game, but I
Kaling Bard ako ni Stone Razor oh.
Bag. Kaiser kapak wa.
for peace. They have multiple players who can step up. Just like Goldberg was saying, this was the Bobbit and Tally show. It was basically the mid difference that allowed Peace to sustain through the fact that there was a 12 and 2 Gnar on the field and created the space for the Zions to be able to deal all the damage to clean up in these fights. If you notice, a lot of these fights were spent with White Lotus trying to run away because he did not
Bullshit yun ni Trandel.
because his silence was down
Yan eh.
CS. So really fun game. I feel bad for Boniax, but really excited for Peace.
But still at the same time, you know, I'm worried for Infinity as well because you get this good of a game that, you know,
Enjoy.
everything going to the points, zero. Matchup where he shouldn't do well. This now was picked into Irelia and Jace, and you know, not usually a matchup that's supposed to work. He makes it work anyway, and despite this, they just can't clean it up when you get to these late game fights.
But, I mean, it is a
Lalas, naka-dragon sila.
of what we were talking about when it comes to this Infinity.
Tama, wala nakuha. Ay, Baron!
Tara, kuha na tong dragon. Ano, kuha
Nakuha
na.
ko nila.
Fucking shit.
Legit.
Fucking gay.
Yeah, I think part of the problem here is, and this is a new So this is a situation where you have a 4-0 Gnar. Why not either have your whole team there if you don't have vision, or a vision so you don't get your whole team there.
Buang ka, nanganad ka.
Go into the fight, they don't have the reinforcements available to get a numerical advantage, and they end up throwing away the gold advantage that they had invested in the Gnar. So it's really disappointing to see from
Yo, boy pa!
Yo!
Bogax was in a position.
Oy, mga gandam!
Hawa!
They are going to be able to come back into this game of bringing Tally up to the top lane with support and jungle by his side to convert, you know, big shutdowns. We have to remember, as Kaizen said, that was a 4-0 Gnar at that point, okay? So taking him down of all people is a massive influx of gold.
Definitely, but I think as much
Kung na
as
lang
we
magbantay
celebrate
dire.
these, towards the mid to late game, I also fancy now their chances going up against these other teams because now we finally do see if you get to the mid game where you
Oh, na, Guardian na Guardian
you're
to.
actually the one who gets punished, and like I'm thinking back to mid lane Tally just blowing up the summoner spells early from the Silas, like the fact that he's not
Isa na
getting
Guardian.
solo killed himself, the fact that he's able
Guardian, may ikaw na Guardian.
for himself and later down towards the team fight, that gives me hope for Ozzy as a region to still make it because
Focusing back towards
Ay!
Triple kill ah.
recognize that people might question how they even ended up down.
Likod ka ha, manlikod ka.
That was 4-0, 13-2 at one point, as you said before. Given the fact that they had both Chase and Aurelia, two solid matches, either of which they could have played into Gnar. And so again, we continue to hammer that point that they find themselves at times in deficit that they have to block out of.
Pilit ko sana ba?
Opponents as they move forward through this tournament, and that's going to be a harder hill to climb.
Ala, break out of death. Ang gandam. Ang gandam.
Kamuna na, gandam. Luya nila eh. Ah, namoy lakaw ha.
Tingkamot yung death mo, magkagwang mo.
Dali ani yung post ay sa mo na eh. Sad.
Tudlan sa kusgaw, ang gilin eh. Ala, likod na sa kamaw.
Ikaw lang.
that's coming up. I'm just saying they started at the toughest hill and now they they just, you know, they get to roll down. They have an easier time going downhill instead. So I'm more hopeful for them now than I was before.
A big victory for Peace and a momentum builder, to say the least. But here, as we head to a commercial break, check out
Gana
Red's
yung
pick
Bardo.
as the song that represents their play style, and the rest of the team competing.
Nahuli ako ng Bard.
They've chosen Industry Baby.
Yung kamot mo. Taba lang mo, taba man mo. Ano yung taba man eh.
Yan eh.
Taba man.
Taba lang ni. Ay, lang mga gandam.
Eh.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Di yun, troll lang ano eh. Trandel. Dari
Ah.
yung tandol ako.
Trandel kay troll man siya.
Di ba, troll gid kaya yung gameplay mo. Dili ka ng troll yan.
Oh, pati ang nagamit troll po kayo.
Def lang tawag Def.
Nagarigaw. Rolling,
Leg niya, dalawa.
rolling.
Ow. Di na to yung ano? Di Elder. Tara, Elder. Tara. Di.
Ah, mukha ng Trandel gaw.
Malugi dyan
Ikaw na
sana.
lang ana gaw. Manto ka ng Trandel.
La, dakpan.
Oh, ng Trandel oh.
Ah, Trandel oh, Trandel. Ay, hatag na lang na. Hindi na lang ko. Na. Apat lagi, wala ko ni ano to. Sabay.
Bayot, bayot.
Ayun, bigaw.
Bayot, bayot.
And lang day.
Bayot, bayot.
Naghahason, dili ko makano.
Skip lagi na yung nakabutang yate.
Ang gani. Ibang puda ko ah. Ah, sige na. Skip na lang na.
Ano na?
Ano mo ah? Skip na ako ah.
Sige lang.
Flight. Or i-open na.
Ah. Lokin sa'yo na. Nagpasalida ko sa stream ba tapos kuan. Loka-blokin sa'yo na daw.
Ay, bitaw no?
Uy, success oh! Success ko duha.
Yes, ka doha, bitaw. Build ako tanan. Ay, wala pa man day.
Nasa kuan ba sa second sa 6 to 10. Muna.
Second, gula-gula ko ah. Dapat lang gyapon ng fail para sa mga gabi.
Di kita ka ng 0510 o 0610. Islita na.
Ay!
Hmm.
Ari, dira.
Oh.
Bantay.
Sana ba ito akong gamitin?
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back, everybody. We are
Ito
here.
daw ang gamitin.
Play-ins, and it is me, Valdez, with
Pag Yumi ko.
our final game of the day. The fourth
Yumi ka?
day, it is a
Ito, asa si Jin.
It is Hub Life Esports up against Red Cannons
Tara.
from CD Law. This is going to potentially determine who can secure a second place spot. Of
There's
course,
no iPad.
not going to be determined on this match, but it's
Paano ko yun?
these are two teams right below LNG.
That's right.
Ito lang
And, you
gamitin.
know, if you're going to get that higher seed going into the play-ins bracket, this is going to skip a huge matchup for you. The less you get the show before the group stage, the better chance you have in the group stage, assuming that you make it. So there's a lot of things that are really critical here for Hanwha Life Esports. I think for Hanwha Life Esports as well, it's just re-solidifying
Kanina
the
lang.
idea that in this group they are favorites to be top 2, right? I don't think most
I
people
can
were putting them
never
as number
resist
1.
an
You and I,
invitation to
kind of
dinner.
broke down the group and we were thinking, okay, LNG
Yun,
number
next na
1,
ginignaw
Hunlife
ang
Esports number
Brave
2.
Phoenix.
I don't think that's a unique thought that you and I have, right?
Yeah.
But for Hunlife Esports to lose to LNG, but then also struggle against Infinity was a little bit worrying yesterday until they bounced back today in that first matchup. And to go 2-0 on the day to end
Ano
the
yun, wala?
3-1,
Huh?
I think is kind of relieving for LCK fans if they're able to pull it off here and make it work.
Yeah,
Ang
it's definitely
pangalan
a
daw,
good feeling, obviously, but
Bulok Eme.
moving on to the Red Canids, and the Red Canids
Ah, ay. Ang ano, listen.
right? They were able to do it up against
Nagigalago ba?
Unfortunately, after that, LNG immediately clapped back, and it didn't last for too long. But LNG are an incredibly strong team, as we all know, at least in this plan so far. So, can Hama Life have that amount of strength? Can they potentially not fall behind? Because, you know, something that this team gets touted for is their individual strength. You look at Chovy, you look at Deft, and can they potentially even get ahead early and win these laning phases that we all know are so important?
It's so surreal to me to see Kesman on the world stage because he's a coach that's led Life Esports throughout the entirety of this year and through ups and downs, right? Life Esports being a top 3 team in LCK spring, but then falling down to 8th place in the regular season in summer. And you might be wondering, well, how did they make Worlds then? Well, because of their performance in spring and their miracle run through the gauntlet, where they were 1 win away from this being T1 today that we're looking at right now, and not Life Esports. That's how they made the miracle run. And that's a cool story for Tesman
Nice
as well,
world.
who's made some controversial
It would be a
decisions in
shame if
terms of the
something
jungle,
bad
right? In
happened
terms of
to it.
Voodoo versus
Eh, dapat
Morgan in the
second
top
dito
lane.
din.
But what's so interesting about this matchup to me for Red Canids versus Life Esports
Kaya mga James, kan skill akong paon una.
6th place.
Si Tiguang.
Region, and we're able to fight their way through
Si Kuya.
very difficult finals. So both of these teams
Sino yung gamit? Ay, ikaw din tayo dahil.
expectations based on their performances in regular season. Their performance
Di ba nagano man ka na
where
kaisa? Ay, di dahil din.
Yeah, so you would imagine that these two teams
Ah, flash for the win.
from the best of the ones that they do have to play here,
No problem.
especially one that is so important as you guys can see. It does look like we
First
have
love when I got a cloak made from dark matter knives.
beaters here, so looking to get that solved as soon as possible. And yeah, I mean both these teams are and they're
Lakin siya na. Gago.
Siya, si Yodel.
Ay, fucking shit.
Red Canids, you know, they look pretty
Yung unong nakunig doon, wala di ko yung flash deck, gamit na ako.
understandable because they got
So na ako ma-outrun, guys.
it just felt so good.
May ka
You get
nilihok
2
dito.
kills, and you get the break turtle
Oh, wala na, di ba ako madaganan eh.
in the early game.
Nagamit din akong ghost ng ano,
Everything
yung flash.
Over, so
yeah.
have that fiery revenge.
Warrior mong kayo.
Take it out on the LCK, on Life Esports. As I'm getting an update that it has a mouse issue. Just
Ito
looking
na
at
ang
this.
dalawa natin.
That's right. So
Drop a heartbreaking name.
hardware issues like this are very easy to fix. So you can just simply replace it if it's not fixable in terms of
Sumuktan ko
software
ng
or anything
skin.
like that. But going back into that last game you mentioned with Red Canids actually having that lead. A game where the opposition of LNG allowed them to get explosive points and blow up single targets with lethality like that, right? And going into this series, unlike Esports don't play that same style. I don't think we're going to see Chovy on Zed, for example. I don't think that's. I mean, as much as I want to, I don't think we're going to go down that path. I think the scarier part for Life Esports for Red Canids here is going to be a kind of slow creep up of the Chovy factor, right? How are you going to survive and land against this time? It's going to take a CS against you in front, which is very likely
Awesome.
matchup. How do you cope with that and try to get through a mid game where you can actually take some
Deal.
They can play those skirmishing on to get a lead there and make sure that Life Esports don't get to coast in the late games. It's not really Life Esports style throughout summer. They're a very aggressive team actually in the summer split. But they moved into a more GS style later on. Where they're
So din may sound effect yung ano?
playing around Chovy
Feather feather.
CS, get a few picks stacks early, and then have that late game power, have that late game split pushing power with Morgan, why he feels his priority so high.
All this starlight is ruining
So
that.
things like this are things that fans are make sure they have to snowball that against Monolith Esports, more so even than they had against LNG.
One day.
Hindi mo di ay.
Does look like
Lalo ka OP mo di ano yun.
this bonus is that's just testing settings and looking to get this
Guyay.
really excited
Oh, nahumani mo.
would not be surprised if we see it here as well. We're going to focus on two things. I think this actually played very obviously another confidence booster for the side of Humble Life.
Okay na
It
ta.
does look like we are just about ready to hop
Ah,
into
kaya ako sa
Looks
Lisa.
like it.
Wanna see something
This is
cool?
going to be
Listen, Lord.
for both of these teams. Unlike Esports, to lose here would be a huge upset.
If you can keep yan, ano yan ba?
There's a dark side to
Very,
every
very
song.
close 2-2 score. That's not how you want to end your group
Dapat
stage.
nakatungkuhan. Kumrakan na niya.
Pwede di ka lang. Ay, Wednesday. Ah, Wednesday. Oo, bala lang.
Dala.
Second place as but once again see
Kasura. Palabay ko. Wednesday di ka lang.
not be exclusive, very popular. The Aurelia taken away too. We'll see if they go for a third solo lane ban here.
anyone.
Dalhin ko ng UD yan.
Obviously complex, but it's definitely something that Toby's mentioned multiple times in multiple interviews actually.
Dai.
Extremely strong pick. Not to the point where you can't win against it, but it's that, if it's available, it's probably played. So curious to see what the Red
Pain's
Canids think
only
about
real
that.
until you wake up.
Practicing their mid Gragas would be interesting to see how they decide to handle it if it doesn't work.
The Israel thing here screams that they want to clarify is into this fortune role here, I think, because yes, Daft has played a lot of Israel even in this tournament.
Every hero
This
has
is
a
next
villain.
towards the end of summer in the LCK. Scaling taking that very well, actually.
Patay.
Very low win
Oh!
at the moment, and it feels like the Frenchman's denying some comfort here. The same goes, of course, with this.
Wala.
Ay, nakuha na na.
Kaptay pa ako.
Vlog ito.
Uy, Mythic, Mythic.
Ano na kay Lamok. Yung sunod Warmog. Yung sunod Mythic na.
Mythic, Mythic.
Evolution.
So, kay Bugo, Bugo.
At this point, there's no other support bands, and actually, they're just going to go back to try it and test it. As the pick is selected here for the side
Time
of
for a little
It's
chaos.
probably going to be in the hands of Morgan and the Talia, rather, alongside of
La.
duo together can be really hard to play. Yeah, it's really
In terms of how much you can control the side lane. So now, if you're Red Canids, you have to really think about this.
Wait ako. Kaya nga itong ano yun.
So alive! Bina!
And now for the grand
Bina. Sinong Bina?
Bina? Bina! Bina!
Pwede nga. Sadaas.
Would be very bold considering how like esports are not sitting at a 3-0, they're at the 2-1 in this group. This is such a crucial match. I think they'll lock on that for now. They'll lock in the rare Kaisa here for now.
very interesting.
I don't do friendship.
You have a big team fight, somebody lacks arcade, she hops into the back line and wreaks havoc, right? But actually the repositioning effect not sure if he's going to be able to do it all time against
Wanna
this
see
really
something?
same combo that we already had on the center right? Very short range. I don't think it's going to do very well in the lane at
Just a
all
matter of time.
against what we we'll see what Hololive have up their sleeves. We do have cannon bands here away from Gigo.
Yeah.
Killing
Yone
spree.
The Yone was talking about
Good.
played so much defensively. We talked about it in that Heat
Shut
series. We
down.
might just
Pink bug.
the thing about the Kennen pick here is that it's one of the most common responses in the LCK to
Shut
this
down.
Camille, because yes, you might not in terms of you can do okay at the end of the game. It does guns, Q buff came a long way. But you also have the ability to team fight and so just removing the rock with the Camille and the Rise to match that rotation.
Revive.
I don't know what the match is just yet, but it's a great ban here on to grab that.
So we could wait. They could go ahead and
Bayutag ko ano na yung TP.
Yone is available. Not banned away.
Saan, di ba bahay mo ng karakter ni Mugaw?
Of Chobi.
Yan, bayot kay kayo
Buwan
TP.
ng bata.
Tumboy mo ni siya. Matik lang.
Want to see
Tumboy ko yun.
Yeah, I mean,
possible that means that Vista is going to get a chance.
Sabers.
ally has been slain.
Oh, nice.
Wow!
Wow. Ang sarap.
Gulat ka, no?
Ang sarap mo, Pia.
Did so well for LNG
Sige, naging ko na na.
Si Kwan, si
Mike
Mike.
Enriquez ba to?
Oo.
Ay, dili.
Mike Enriquez, oy.
Sarap rin. Lagi. Kamusta ko naging ano yan, guys?
Si Marsa, maganda una-una na. Uy, Sandrick. Sila kakuhit mo.
extremely strong. You can actually steal
What?
Twisted Fate's ultimate, then use it
Uy.
to match that rotation.
Inferno Drag.
Kind of one of the oldest
Hoy,
Ay!
But Silas is one of these ones where he has been known to just take off on a jet lane and solo character. So, can he do it here again against the Red Cannons? Very curious to see, as he'll definitely be looking to put on a lot of pressure in that mid lane.
Very, very exciting stuff here. The tension is high in the world stage right now. This is such a pivotal match for both of these teams. And Reptar, rising star here in the CBLOL region, picked up by Red Cannons.
ay, primordial kang ano?
Picking up multiple MVP wins.
Ang kaya.
Grand finals. One of the star players, one of the reasons why they're here. And now he faces off against the most famous mid laner team. Chobi, one of the stars that is named Chobi. Nobody doesn't know who he is anymore.
Kaya mo gagawin.
Ang patay yun, yung upat ka bo.
Kompleto sila.
Yan. The guys all here.
Kalanday.
If the Twisted Fate makes some
Ang
mistakes,
tagay lang isa din.
cards in opportune moments, that's when Chobi will strike. And that's where it can be so terrifying. So, this is going to be a good one, Valdez.
This
Your
is the
turret has been
big
destroyed.
final shebang from
An
What
Red
the-
Cannons Lions today.
An ally has been slain.
I'm really excited that we get to
Your
be here.
team has destroyed a turret.
Twisted Fate, Miss Fortune, Silas. Kaya huwag ipanggamit.
But Hololive looking intimidating as well after they absolutely
An enemy has been slain.
And it was with the
An ally has been slain.
bottom lane this time.
Sila guys.
What has friendship ever done?
Kaya naka-triple malig top doon niya.
Depth's ability to ult into these team fights. It just feels so incredibly
DR.
strong to think about this composition now that it's
Tara, tara.
completed. The Chobi, its ability to go into team fights, right? Instead of those stars to dive right in. Alert and of course ult.
Love comes nothing with everything else.
Hoy, hoy, hoy.
Titan in this game. So
Ay, 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 ay.
Oh. Gago ka?
So, let's go. Hoy, may nagugod ko ah. iPhone mo ah. Ting.
Chico na, itong ilaga.
Wala may ano. Wala may predator si ano. Shit.
It's gonna be rough. You're gonna get zoned away a lot. You're gonna take a lot of damage here.
Oh, na no.
Job of actually clearing the fast. And Titan is so having some luck with that should be a little too first.
Anybody want to join the dark side? No?
Willer,
Eh, I
one
tried.
thing to mention is his jungle pathing from P1 against Pace, where he did Raptors in blue got level 3 and then the bottom immediately.
Nauli ba ako?
Ay, nauli di ka?
Put on the herd at level 1.
Bak, nag-get ko dito ba? Basta ba wala pa ka nauli?
I'm back. Hindi lang ka na-post mo po ng kwan.
Basta ito, kapas.
Meanwhile, Gigo actually doing quite well here against Morgan in this early game. A pretty even start. This looks like he's not going to be alone. Grafthar taking the long walk, but that's such a valuable ward.
Yeah, red cannons were like, oh, who's the weak link on Humble?
Kambil akong problema.
Ito lang no? Camille?
They're all going to be coming up here.
Ay, doon lang ipagbilang Camille. Basta mag-digit ta.
Immediately from Jovi.
Ikaw ako. Kita i-gisutan niya mo itong isitan ko.
Respects that and not commit to their level 3 run to the top side. That was pretty scary.
Because look at the CS that Jovi is
Oy! Lai, ikaw dito naisiswan ako. Dikit mo kasagagaw.
Gago ako kita. Shit.
Siguro kayo lang tata.
Siguro
Kaya
kayo.
nagbutan din ako. Nag-guard.
With the counter strike, as now with
Ako lagi mong gisisan.
Oo, okay. Napalit ko click.
Digkit mo tagod.
Keep gun eh. Ikaw na ego.
Bag, oh, da sa lisin oy.
Yan, may mahalong dito.
Kung makuha na to ni DR, ano to enter na. Deep sa dura.
Ah, wala gitu. Tayo kagat sa Zoe. Pusher lang ano?
Nawa, sa kita ni yun sa mani.
Ala. It's called Sonic.
Gago.
Morgan is trying to survive. They're going to force a blast as we got action in the mid lane as well. Jovi trying to tank it up and the damage is there. Willer gets traded on him. Teton isn't done just yet. He's got that strut and was thinking about it, but Jovi able to
Tayo pa na kog
get
kan.
over the wall. At least he gets to safety, but man, there's so much action on this map.
That's going to mitigate a
Kuha
lot of the
ng din.
CS deficit there that Grafthar had been to push Jovi out of lane. You can see that Titan is actually just going to upper mid for a little while himself to pick up some of the slack there. He's also finding himself behind in CS when the kills are coming through.
Unsa day sig ko
Morgan
na.
is collapsed twice in this game.
He's looking for it.
Zoe day.
Ego, and he's gonna get it. Ego this time, not respecting it. He picked up his own sheet. He's like, well, I must be really powerful now. Loses his counter strike and immediately
The first click failed us, but I'm not bitter.
strikes back.
I just want to kill the Star
They're not going to be
Guardians.
able to compete. Aegis now coming up here to pick up the slack as Jungles are just on cleanup duty after been a 7 kills in 6-minute game, less than 6 minutes I should say. As Morgan
Oh, kabot.
Ang hata na bot.
and dodges.
You see him dodge that seismic shove. That was insane.
The guy is
Wala, sige, sigway.
he's actually here and he got picked up.
Puta na naman.
Clearly well prepared. The problem is that all of these rotations have ended up costing them big in terms of farm and in terms of some of the gold that we're seeing. Like, yes, Morgan is down a kill, but he ends up getting a lot of power there. Awesome CS there from Vigo in the top lane. Willer is going to help clear up this dragon. It's going to be first straight going over to Hotline Esports. Jovi's lead
Paspas kay managan ba?
pretty insane. The experience lead he has means he has level 6 first, so you've got to be careful. Stealing that Destiny away.
Pero,
Napay-bell ko sa likod. Oh. Hawda. Hawda eh.
kaya ano eh.
DR oh.
Si Kaisa na bahala na.
Ay, pumatay ka. Ay, awards.
Ano man?
Naikuan. Nasungot. Ay, nice.
End na na mo eh. Push na yung Camille.
Bilang. End lang, end. Na, da. Sulod doon tayo sa draw, oh. Kaya.
Ay, sulod.
Sulod tayo sa draw. Careful.
Nilevel up di ako ano, Zillion.
Habi naman sa.
Wow! Mastery!
Ayun, nakatong. Wow! Oh my god!
He started it right after the ward went down, so I have a decent idea what's going on here.
Ayaw, ginaw.
Huh?
Ayaw, sila yung nagiging
Oh my god!
Breathing room at least for Titan.
Yeah.
CS down on the bottom side, but I think this is pretty nice. As now we have the Destiny here on this one, but Chovy is right in front.
Yeah? May labo.
Kaya nagusto mo kung nag-hit-good sila ka ng data ba? Kaya kailangan mo gusto dyan. Nasa tumalagpot. Talagang hero na yun.
Ay, mato daw si... Mato daw si Jan.
Sa, ano, yung hero. Magi.
Sumbong sa inyo.
You know, they decide they're not going to drop the Rift Herald just yet. There was an opportunity with
Yeah.
grouped up. Actually, while I say that, here's the teleport in there. In fact,
Ito,
going to
pangalan si Uyap, kalimut
This is
mo to.
just a free full plates and turrets first break.
Mo, 10 man to nasugod.
Well, there's a lot of consideration here about dropping it, but they are not going
Sumbong
to
kay Karen sa uyab ni...
But either way, the advantages you
Aaron.
have here as Honda Life Esports are really starting to balloon because you have such a big rotation over. As Red Cat, you can see that they decided to do it based on the fact that
Ala, gigat yan si Aaron.
we went back to
Siya nang gigat.
at
Gigat.
that moment where Deft is coming.
Yari. Gundod. Isa mo lang gantihan ah. Trusted sa mo.
Lalaki na ito magag.
Lalaki ka rin.
And they still were able to react to the delayed rotation over so quickly because Chovy was here first that you have so much CC as Honda Life, you could turn this around. Morgan gets out of this fight so easily. And
Yung gamitan ka, mag-zillion gapon pa.
this is
Dar na lang.
carry on. Vista
Ay,
sets up the
ate.
stuns.
Nag-lock-in ako.
Although those Rift Herald a little bit longer, but
Oh,
when you see
Sparta.
rotate up like that,
Sparta!
on the LCK, 10 people on every
Manipay, gitlog.
I guess I'll go back to lane. And that's when Red Cannons see the opportunity to go in, but it's just a little bit too slow.
It was a really cute seismic shove as well from Willer, which made Aegis make the decision of, well, I can try to commit in here, I'm probably not going to get the smite, or do I fight with my teammate up north? So Willer was actually able to win that kind of mind fight and pick up the Rift Herald as well, and then join the fight with his Weaver's Wall. So really cute stuff on the Talia, gotta love it. And Vista, casually, the most bloodthirsty support I think we've had so
Valorant,
far.
ito
Shout
tago.
out to Doa. And yeah, I mean, he's 3-0. He picked up a double kill on that last one, and he is. I just love him because he has a stopwatch.
Yeah,
It's perfect.
it's your favorite thing. For those who don't know, it's Valdez's favorite thing. Or least
Wala
favorite thing.
tong
depending on the
kono.
situation. Riftar taking a lot of damage.
Muna yung palit ng Aaron ba? Tag-30.
He was 2 levels up, you know, and he's got 3 Dark Steel stacks, a little bit of extra AP coming through, but Chobi's the type of player who, if you give him just an inch like that to trade, he will trade and get out without flash, with no fear, even though he knows Jojo is there. He's like, you know, whatever, that's 2/3 your health bar. You're gonna have to regen that up.
Shot is going to miss. Still gonna drop this Rift Herald though, as it does come down, and here comes the Destiny, but he goes so low, he doesn't have his ultimate. Oh, he's not gonna be able to survive there. As you see, Aegis now trying to survive. They're trying to get this damage on Morgan, and they finally do, but man, the Red Cannon solo laners are just not quite as fed, and they finally get the 1 kill, but it's a 2-for-1 and the plays in favor of Halma Life, and Chovy has a free lane.
Yeah, Chovy has a free lane. He's already ahead in CS. He's just trying to crash waves in. Here comes an engage from Vista.
Okay, they're gonna try to make this happen. It's a lot of damage on a Jojo. Look at this support go, Vista! There are no brakes on this train, as he will finally go down. That's why you should probably put brakes on the train. Here's a teleport that's coming on in. Grepthar getting jumped on, not able to survive against the Kaisa, as now Morgan's getting into the fun. Gonna miss on that one, but it's fine, because I suppose Deft is gonna flash the wall and look for the kill on a Titan and take him down for the double kill, now 4-1.
You can see Titan really frustrated there on the player cam as he goes down here. He's low on mana, doesn't have the ability to fight this out. We're not done fighting yet, apparently, as Aegis is going to get pushed away, but Deft has the Noon Quiver and the Serrated Dirt. That's all he's got in this moment, but he knows it's enough to kill it Twisted Fate, and he ults in. This is the star power of Deft, the experience, a player who's been in Worlds on multiple teams, playing in this year, and he's dominating.
Ay, gago, may item.
Nag-item dra. Ano na Sparta, wala na item. Tulong sa gira.
Gago.
Vista, by the way, I think often overshadowed by LCK fans by supports like Carrier, right?
Soy! Lahat man siya. Sound good drago.
Siya big boy. Flash out.
Good job by the Red Cannons. They clear out all the vision in the river, and that is a great.
I'm no more than a soldier.
Well, now, you know, that's a little bit of extra gold going over to this Misfortune who so desperately needs it. She's about to finish her call as well, so...
Ang kunin akong tinapay.
Solar Flare, the damage is real here for Deft, and yes, teleport comes through, but Deft's like, I can actually 1v2 this.
I'm sorry.
Teleport comes through, but like, it doesn't matter, it's more fighting in.
Here we go. They try to get out of this. By the way, he has stopwatch.
Yeah, na-first blood yun ko niya. Pang pamukyogaw ka na dool.
Ay, api.
Bilang cooldown na ng...
Bullshit! Fucking whore. Ah!
Stun! Legit sa agad.
Dapat say ka, nagtatawag ko na. Parang sigog stun.
Pick him off here. That's a huge amount of shutdown going over the mechanics here. Save this turret just barely. And they're still hanging in this game. Yes, they have.
Uy, sige na makagsulod.
Ito nang... naman na.
Si Isa, tanong, patay level ba? Dito ma-level na si Isa. Okay ka.
Pa-level to lang ako.
Oh shit, nagsig pananggot ni Isa. Strike down, strike hard. Okay, ha? Kuratan ako sa TP ano eh. Lalahi, laging TP ano.
Oh, lahi man TP na, kaya naman na. The good player.
Dilahim to sa una.
Walang sauna dyan.
Lubag ang ulo.
It's a lot of kills to the side of TF, and it's got out of the way to get to the Jovi's
Huwag ka nang ignite sa Jax, eh.
Ha?
Ignite sa Jax ba?
Jovi looking to actually continue.
Patay dyan. Patay ang tulo.
As the solar flare comes in, and Jojo just says, no, don't want to deal with that, I'll flash away.
Past
We'll just
marches
barely
with me.
save the turret here. You see the little one 1v2 and a rip barrel dropped and he walks the other way. You know Vista's in the vicinity. They get a flash away there from Jojo, which is pretty massive because that's something that he can use. Take off somebody like that if they're able to get that cleanse, right? But now it's down. Small advantage across the board here for Hanoi Esports in that
Must be
regard,
our
but
destination.
the farm is starting to get out of control as Jovi and Death are racing.
Wow,
to
Julius at third.
almost tied 169, 168, and right now is Red Cannons. This is not a game where you can just sit back and go, well, this how far.
Teka, laban din ah.
This isn't that type of game. You can't just sit back and wait. You're going to have to take a decisive fight here on this from a point. You can't win this.
Ibiyaan yang kan?
The game is almost out of the question. This is it. Make or break. This is the moment here
Yeah.
for Red Cannons.
Turgan.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that they're not messing around with this one. They're all fighting this round to try to get as much as possible.
An enemy has been slain.
Cannons are grouped up.
Enemy double
Still
kill.
have Red Cannons. Cannons is in a good spot right now. Going down there, Trent.
Okay kayo.
Push Morgan out of the lane. So even though Jovi's
Damage do.
he doesn't have teleport yet. It's like, okay,
Grabe yung mga CC ba?
Damage do.
Oh, walang fight ko.
Gagi.
Ako.
An ally has been slain.
I will remember your name and shout it to the heavens.
Summoners down. There's no way to go in here and continue the fight. That makes the train doesn't go up to them. Unlike Esports actually.
Escape niya na yung kon. Pako.
Kaya na ako makano eh.
Ang Dragon Slayer, may ano niya, Dragon din siya. Show na.
I wear a helmet so that I
But this is a
am
little bit sloppy. I was really worried actually here for
An
Unlike
ally has been slain.
this new free play.
An ally has been slain.
Uli! Uli!
Eh,
Mythic, mythic.
live ako dito ba?
Enemy killing spree.
Fucking hoy!
Kaya, dulita na.
Bag!
Inuya.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Nagdarius ang tata, lingaw kayo no. Di dyan na nagawas ah. Di dyan na nagagawas ah.
Fight naman to.
Yeah. It's a no.
Shut down.
You see some stopwatches here and there, but even like a
Ah, mukha hindi ko dahil.
just yet for Jovi now to the line.
Look!
That's been built against
Still alive, bitch! Ay!
Kaya mo gawin.
Shut down.
Patay ka gaw.
Ay, mali! Asa ko na-flash! Mali, asa ko i-flash eh. Dikit ng paling to. Epic fail lang. Sorry.
It's called tunneling.
Ay, lang.
Ready to grab those opportunities if they arise. If I'm only being played for the rest of this game perfectly, don't make
Nice.
mistakes, don't overextend. It is very difficult. As you can see, they're already giving away tons of this vision right now. They're trying to really grab onto the game. The step is now 2 items completed, extremely fed. Jovi's starting to come on with another second item. This is where the Camille starts to split push, right?
Ay,
Bog! Walang kalimutaw. Tara, walay Morgana, tara. Nadedring buang.
I do not set the pace.
Natin ito Morgana din. Lah, buhi lagi ko nimo.
Sabi daw, patay ka dito.
Dari, matay na ko ron. Matay na ko ron.
Ah,
Ang Jax ba nangita? Yaw. Kita to'y gago.
ang spike ay.
Ang Jax ba gago?
Look man. Nga dahil.
Nangita ang Jax ba dyan eh. Wala ko dito. Ako sa dari dap ito. Yung nasa dari.
Kalibong nila dahil.
Patay yapon ko yun eh. Morgana yat. Ketawa mo ka ito eh. So muna yun, ang naog lang sila dalitan.
Kung na lang isa na buhi.
Ripon ka na. Ripon ang tiwang nun. Ripon ang tiwang.
Ayaw, sad. Kumuli. I will never uwi.
Ala, lumabras.
Patay! Patay!
Bang. Ay, kayam din yung dito. Ah, diyan na!
Grabe yung defense sa bot ba?
Gani ka.
Good kayo.
Ay, nakuha naman.
Wala dahil.
Gago, nag-gas split.
Asam nga eh. Tukol po dahil.
Gago
Tukol ka na
ka.
patay gaw.
Hindi ako mamamatay! Pero ngayon, mamamatay! Ah, kung ward dyan, patay juga dari yun. Oh, din. Ah. Ah, pakchit! Yako, ba't yako, ba't yako, ba't yako?
Patay!
Siya, ito. Very time! La! Gugo na tiguang.
Tigong. Wait. Kung di sila maayo ba?
Darius pa kagaw, lingaw kini ko pa.
Ginawa, Darius to next game.
Gamitan ako yung sub.
Ikaw wala.
Okay, gamitan ako yung sub. Ah, tukag ko na.
Laki kay go. Patay. With the fight guy. Bala ka dyan. Gusto ko pa ganyan ba? Nung nasa top. Parang na yun, no? Wala, nag-lag ko. No.
Alam pa no? Kadto ha?
Nag-lag yun ko.
Good gun. Ay, packing shit!
Wala din ako na ano.
Balik yung jacks eh.
Balik gani.
Mabalik. Ano, bumalik. No.
To the Red Cannons, definitely putting up a good fight today. This was never going to be an easy day for them. I mean, LNG, Humble Esports, it's almost asking too much. But I was really impressed by a lot of their plays. There's actually really lots of games as well, so shout out to all of their fans. Humble Esports with the 3-1. I was actually really impressed by Wither this one. After all of that, Jovi's
Yawa.
Gagasyong.
Dito.
Ulat, magugo kay Morgana, good.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Naridyo, naridyo na. Naridyo, dito ga, siya yung nakasulod. Ay, nagupa na din yung bot dahil. Lagi-lagi, malabay na, ulat lang.
Malabay.
Wala, patayan ako eh.
Ay. Ay, shit! Ano pag-cancel na eh? Ah.
Ha? Hindi na mag-cancel.
Ah. Labay lagi daw basura gaw. Labay lagi daw gaw. Labay lagi daw basura gaw.
Gani, wala ba yan?
Alag, lata na gago.
Gusto mo to? Ay, bulaw ka ano, third.
Kaya no. Okay, magkuha sa uguan. Foods.
Dead. Wala rin. Ako ako, wala ka maglabay sa ko. Kaya sa start. Okay lang. Balik lang ko.
Oh.
Ay, sorry, di ko. Baka.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's Hanwha Life Esports that comes away with the victory over the Kaizen. I'm going to come to you first on this one because, in all seriousness, it did look like this game could have gone either way based on the way it got started with a couple of early plays going the way of the Canids, but ultimately it fell out of favor for them. Your take?
Yeah, so I think this was sort of death by 1,000 cuts. And what I mean by that is Grethar, I thought, had a great game where he was really involved with side lanes. He was constantly using his ult and his TP. It felt like on cooldown to try to turn 2v2 scenarios into 2v3s and so on. But I think Chovy was just way more efficient. And I think this is a product of not just Chovy's individual play, him focusing on staying in lane, getting tower plates, and only leaving lane when he's really sure that he's going to be able to have an impact, but also the effect that Willer was able to have in virtue of him having Talia and having hit a semi-global in his own right. So I think this was a team loss. Like, I think HLE just showed that they were the better team, but I think in terms of the mid lane matchup, Grethar's involvement with side lane came at a heavy price.
Well, from here I'll turn to you, Goldberg, because I know preceding this match, this was one you actually felt that the Red Canids could win.
It was so close.
So from your perspective, what went wrong?
I mean, okay, so let's just to start from the beginning of it. I actually think while Kaizen is right that Hanwha Life Esport had a Chovy, I actually think the lane rotations in the beginning coming out from Red was essentially very good, going up towards that top side, punishing Morgan. I actually think, I mean, we had really good roams around the map as well, we're being up towards the top side. But it's once we reach that mid game, once again, where it starts falling off, you can see it on the curve as well, on the goal difference over time. Once you reach that 20-minute mark, it's so much easier for Hanwha Life Esports to really take control, and I think they really struggled with was the objective as well. They never got a Drake really beforehand, so it was super easy for Hanwha Life Esports to stack it, and I think especially down towards the bottom side of the map during the laning phase, Deft and Vista just had way more priority move around here towards this exit. It made it very hard for Brazil. They were so close, and I still believe in them, but it's gonna take some time.
No, they definitely impressed again with some of the early action that they took, and we saw again, Kaizen, a number of stabs by the Canids to find a way into the game. But to me, this almost rings true to the old, the old way we used to view Korean teams, in that you can do as much as you want, create as much action as you want around the map, but when Chovy's going to go deathless, nearly flame horizon his opponent, and in the meantime, they're picking up all 4 Drakes. I just don't see how it ultimately becomes winnable for anybody.
Wow.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, what you're dealing with is just a better macro team with one of the best mid laners in the world. And it's really difficult because this is sort of a narrative that we've seen time and time again with teams from major regions versus teams from the emerging regions. Generally speaking, from a mechanical perspective, yes, there's a gap, but it's not necessarily enormous. Where it comes from is efficiency with objective control and understanding what team fights to take and which ones not to take. So it was really, really difficult when you see that Chovy's 90 CS up, despite Grethar having a really great game, to see a way for Red Canids to be able to close this one out.
All right, well, real quick, Goldberg, one more question. Is this the Hanwha Life Esports? Are they at full power? They tripped up yesterday. Have they finally arrived at Worlds?
They still haven't, because we still see some slip-ups here. Def getting caught out in the mid lane, them being a bit too, I mean, I don't want to call it ego, but they definitely have some mistakes around the map where they get picked off where they really shouldn't. And it is giving their opponent some extra breathing room. It's what went wrong from them in LNG, and we're still seeing signs of it.
Another victory for the Korean squad here at Worlds 2021. We're going to step away, and when we come back, we'll get to listen in on some in-game chatter with Bo's Sounds of the Game.
Make.
Oy, nauna sa tuban. May iba na ako. Hello, murag nawala ko to.
Ha?
Surya daw.
Laman.
Oh, ada. Kaya mo ko nagtarat mo gutoy mo ha.
Ah.
In battle, we are reborn.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Tara.
Do not fear me because I am the God.
Atin go.
Fear me because
Oy, nana si Shaco. Oh no. Burakel sa daw.
Ay, tama din.
Ay, ayun, ay, madali. Asa man tani. Ito baba.
people cry out for strength that is already theirs.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I am no more than a soldier. And no less. I am no more than a soldier. And no less.
Bullshit, naninidali.
I will press forward.
Minions have spawned.
Luoy kita ni sana gaw. Pok. Nanay punungan.
Samot na lang.
Kilid sa manin ko.
Samot na nag-zillion ka.
Slow start yesterday, Beyond Gaming is opting to
Put
be
them under the base.
in the top lane as they face a rising Cloud9. So we have to start there, Kaizen. It's the substitution coming in for Beyond, but to the right, I think many wanted to see.
I am the tip of the spear.
Yeah, you know, this is the
Against
strongest
surrender.
roster. This is the roster that they qualified for this tournament with. And I think even going beyond the roster, what I want to see from Beyond is them just going back to the bread and butter,
Kuya,
which
daming
is
skin.
Doggo on a champion
Ba't
that
itong skin niya nga kanda dati?
This is a champion that is
Full metal
fun
gihapon
in
ko.
general, but I don't think suits Doggo's role.
Ayun, saan po ito yung karang full metal skin? Saan ko?
Yung saan di ka ito?
Should mean that we're gonna see better communication.
Ito yan, hindi ko sa yung full metal karon.
Which is good. But I think it's
Mas ganahan ko ano.
much if they don't get Doggo in a position where he's carry. And to be clear, this is not me saying he's not a good Ezreal. He doesn't
Bulto na sila.
team's damage in the last
Parang or...
it's not the right champion for him.
Actually, it's typically a bad sign when you're doing
Oh, dito.
that much of your team's damage in a majority of cases. And these statistics, while it is a small sample size for the
Ala...
definitely now lean towards
Bot, sabi, bot, bot, bot.
champions when I see things like plus 600 gold in 15 minutes.
And when we say other champions, to make it more specific, Doggo's Aphelios is one of the best champions he has in his artillery. At the same time, though, it's not only on Doggo, it is also on the rest of the team. Exactly
Ay, mali.
as you say, Dash. When you have
Oh,
that high,
bilong ako itong nakaklik sa top.
you know there's something else wrong on the other side of the map as well.
And so we'll see if Liang swapping back in is what they need to kind of find their
Ay, wala di ko i-hit eh.
against Cloud9 that showed up in a very strong way yesterday. Again, we had some questions with this roster and how they performed domestically about how they would ultimately show up at Worlds. When you look at this roster of players and you go, that ceiling must be high, but they have not fulfilled that ceiling at MSI or domestically in the LCS. Today, or yesterday, though, felt like a step in the right direction.
Absolutely is a step in the right direction. And, you know, I think with
Bukan,
Cloud9, when they're on form, they are an extremely scary team.
Fucking whore.
You heard of it, not just the players. We saw that on display here with them understanding, okay, Fudge is now our guy to go ahead and have a hero. So we're going to focus on playing around top, Kurt's playing safety. There's a lot of people running on their lane.
Saan mo kailangan ano ba? Okay.
They want to see
Ay, labay-labay go.
individuals who can play make
Pam Q, katong ano, dol-dol. Sakit man na.
when they want to funnel resources on.
Tak! Ay! Let go!
Yago.
What you guys have seen for a long time and the potential team is there, but I still think playoffs, how sloppy that
Sayang naman.
seems. I need to see more of this going
Ah, ah. Totoo na ba itong ginasagaling mo itong karang pilde gani?
Ay.
Oo, ganyan nga to.
Gago.
Because of the shift in the jungle meta. Again, when we think about Blabber and what has made him successful in the past, it is dominant junglers, but typically more towards farming, right? We're thinking
Nagtojo ko ani tong victorious skin.
to invade and take skirmishes. Kaizen, does he have what it takes in this
Gago,
meta to
blitzcrank
still be
lang
able
yan.
to
Absolutely. I personally think Blabber is one of, if not the best mechanical junglers so I don't think that a meta where you're on highly mobile assassins or anything like that is going to be to disadvantage at all. I think on the contrary, it's going to be to advantage. The issue with Cloud9 is they just have so many players who need to eat or want to eat, right? Like you can carry from all three the lane and the jungle, so we just gotta have to figure out who's going to get fed so that not everyone is trying
Ay nga to lay, ikaw to dayo, pubuli-buli day nga to.
to play through Blabber.
Kalimot ko naman kay range with skill.
Maden.
Kalimot ko kadamdam dahil.
Because we fall, the climb must be our destination.
This is your first time on the World's Casting Desk.
And maybe too, you know what? If we're gonna Fiesta, you gotta celebrate. We have to get a celebration. Pretty good.
Ay, nakayok sa. Timing nga to sa yung lihok ko eh. Pero mapundos na dito. Tinggal.
Nanas Marsam. Ikarim. Ikarim.
Random teammate ba?
Si Marsam.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, gago ko yun. Busog ko na.
Ay.
Lumig damage nyo, basta normal. Hindi magpula.
Flash lagi ito siya.
Lambot niya.
Ay, gasyong. Kubantay.
Matay ka.
Larian ka, muli ata. Wala, hapit lang. Muli ata. Ten?
Gago, unsa man eh? Ay, dahil na ko dahil. Again ka dahil, mali gigis gini.
Ang sobra ni mga ano, SS.
Yan na siya again. Tingog ang yun pati yun again.
With a positive record in summer, kind of a tale of hot and cold side nine, and that's why I think yesterday was a good showing for a lot of NA fans, because it wasn't just that they won in a convincing way, and it's like, oh, well, they 3v3 to Rip Terrell and slammed that fight, and then they snowballed the game. It was well thought out. New points in only one direction. And that's what you want to see. He's kind of volatile, dangerous. From Beyond Gaming, it was just a bit of a disaster in the top lane, where with exactly where you just bring in this new player, gets targeted right away. I can see why they kind of make that switch.
Yeah, so that'll be a matchup for me. Have pretty keen eyes on Leon versus Spud. Spud has, as you might say, actually kind of the default guy for Cloud9, which is
was always a
he's not been with this team for very long. But we'll see what happens here in Champs. That looks to be a load in thins. Also getting versus Cloud9 indicates our second half of today is going to be a fun
Batuhan, sa batuhan, madto dito sa batuhan.
to play with.
Yeah, and I think draft will be extremely important. We've seen how some teams have feel like they've lost the game right out of draft when they're using counter picks that they should have done. Not protecting some people's best champions. So right out the gate, you see some beta stuff that played fair amount of
Dati wala matay.
So it seems like a pretty good representation. Plays in Aurelia going to join the pool as well, which makes a lot of sense against Fudge. And then Lucian so John you need 2 man, and then Ryan's going to get taken off the board as well.
An enemy has been slain.
It's a pretty
An
reactive
ally
draft
has
so
been
far,
slain.
beyond just seeing what was on top yesterday and trying to get rid of some of that first pick and that interesting stage has usually been taken to the side, it feels like, in that second position. Over the course of the part left.
Yeah, I think, maybe not somebody's like LeBlanc or Kiana, those kind of champions that might help with those things. Is pretty reliable in just about any lane you can put her together with. It does feel like people have been playing Ezreal into her. I think that's more of a like, I don't want to die. I can be safe that like this is good in the 2v2s. I think MF just like any other support dominates most 2v2s anyway.
Yeah, and there's a lot of aggressive champions in the meta currently. A lot of advanced running around risk. Ezreal, not just his ability to something like that Drazil can struggle with, not being able to go Divine Sunder into armor items and not having any mobility. She can struggle with that, but you get a lot in the early game off of her.
Makes sense why Leona is kind of big tonight is going to be Vulcan's PvP. Graves also selected, I'm guessing that's the jungle. But we have seen Graves top lane already, actually. I think that's the only Graves we've seen. So we're actually for that champion as well. But with all being lined up here. To go for the MF, we'll see what happens. Looks like he's going to be locked in for Beyond.
Yeah, the Graves is the
An enemy has been slain.
It's something that has some flexibility, like you said. It has been playing in the top lane. You definitely don't want to just blind a Graves out there.
Ah.
Yeah, curious what Bob wants to play, but Lee Sin feels very reliable here. He's going to be taken. Also still Nexus champion, but I think it has become basically circled all the way back around to just being a jungler again. Lee Sin lane. Given his comp on it again. We emphasize consistency in these kind of formats. Definitely a champion play.
Yeah, so I was looking at Twitch real quick to make sure. I didn't think he had played Graves. I saw him during summer. He's very strong in the meta. Jump on the game, but this is the champion that he played on. Quite like, find out with decent potentially for.
Enemy double kill.
See if they pop up. I love that
Again, as someone that's been following League for 10 plus years, it's almost like hard to see a Mumu back in the game.
Anytime any of the original 20 champions go back, of Summer's Rift that doesn't exist anymore. Whenever I see those original 20 champions show up, Alistar, Corky, all those ones, I'm like, yeah, let's go.
Bad news for Mumu fans though. Mumu is currently 0-3. Doing particularly well as far as champions goes, but I think as a champion we will see a lot of. Yeah. I think especially in play, it's very clearly a champion that people have been practicing playing with. Whether he persists throughout the entire World Championship is a different question, but certainly on day 2 of play.
Putang ina.
Oh no. Dito sana yung ani.
Grabe, may sexy eh. Yung kalihok.
Tuwi kay CC. Ay, nakapodyo yung Maokai. Kalimot ko. So, ikaw ang pagkita ni Dali.
Dati.
James is a bit of a call out on Budget's champion pool, but for people who have been following in North America, he has a really good champion pool. You can play the carries, you can go toe-to-toe, you can be the high resource guy like we saw yesterday where everyone's kind of playing around the high wave stage. Or you can do this, we'll see if he ends up going with it, but
Imagine na
uwi na to, ane.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
yeah, I mean, if they end up locking this in, sick, I want to see it, because it sounds really nice. But it is curious about doing that, because those buffs that you're talking about, really, they put regeneration into her kit, they put more of it into the beam effects, and only for monsters, I mean,
Enemy is legendary. A summoner has disconnected.
Definitely a curious flex, but I believe that's what Beyond Gaming have gone for. Indeed, Liang is going to be locking that one in.
Let's go!
Very creative to get yourself around this potential
Last game to go.
because they knew they were kind of picking the fudge. Cloud9 obviously emphasizing again
Last game ta.
something like more weak side, something safer, something like Malphite. I think like a lot of this plan is like don't let MF ever get a good ulti ever, and then don't walk into any combination of Yone, Amumu, MF, Lilia ultis, which it seems like quite
I-check
a bit
daw ang
harder
predict ko.
Yeah,
than it sounds.
yeah, that's
Ay,
just don't lose, kind of like Korean advice, kind of thing. But no, this is sick. I really want to see what they end up doing with it. It is a nice adaptation for someone who was clearly trying to stack
Rank
over.
5, no?
It makes that very difficult to do now.
Ah, nakoy tulok success.
Level 1 bunch up here. Wait,
hold off on some of those points.
Duha
Ay, di ba clean
There's
shot,
any
Duha ra ko.
damage done.
Blabber is, trying to bait Husha in here. I don't think
Nako
he's
isa
gonna
sa
take
yes.
it. But I
Sa
do
ano,
think Cloud9
06.
don't see this all that often, but especially given, like, depending on what your preparation is for your opponent, right? If you know they like to invade or get vision or even late invade, right? You can stack in those bushes and try and get a pick. Unfortunately for them, Blabber does not look juicy enough for Husha to walk in and try and get some auto attacks off. Does respect, which is good to see.
Not just being level 1 for Beyond there, I think it would have been pretty risky. Not many people want to base check a brush on their team. It's maybe a Moomoo's you're most likely, and you start with Bandage Toss, so it could work, but then you're in the middle of 5 people. And so, they're just going there.
Ay, magalit start eh. Wow.
Doing what they can, and of course, don't forget down the bottom of your screen, our feature matchup presented by Mercedes is. And don't adjust your sets. Yes, we understand these players aren't in the same lane, but it is Doggo versus Fudge, which I think if you're looking at keys to success for these teams, that is definitely the place that you look to for these two.
I mean, you've heard it all weekend so far by the analyst desk about how important Doggo is to Beyond Gaming. He is kind of the big key player for them. This is Doggo's team, as you often
Ano, Z.
They want to get to go.
Sabi ka?
Yesterday, I think a lot on the top side, which is not really where Beyond wanted to play through. I think they did have the Jarvan for maybe some counter picks or counter games that would have gone up there, but the snowball started way before Jarvan hit 6. So here, they have the Lily again. It will kind of make it about the top side. But MF and will have so much all-in potential. I expect them to try and make some more plays.
Yeah, definitely curious to see how the 2v2 shakes out. Should feel a little comfy here, even against his beloved Ezreal. Zvent, obviously a very good pilot for that champion as well, but we'll have to likely respect a lot of the pressure, as Moen here in the mid lane up against Perks, as you mentioned, also pretty comfy in this matchup.
Kan na. Luwid yung kalaban na naroon.
Pretty free lane phase. I feel like the Silas was maybe a bit of a call out, thinking that Perks can kind of just take this champion. It's very strong right now in the current meta, but usually you do kind of see it more as a response to the counter pick. You see something with like a TF, which is what you most often pick it into, not a strong laning phase, and then you kind of get the free 6 by him and just grab that ults from all around the map. A lot harder to do versus Yone.
Well, savage Q there from Leon here, Fudge. Feeling the pain here in topside, does ding 3, eats the swell seed though, and only has 1 charge left on the corrupting potion, so not a lot left in the tank to try and play with as Perks is trying to trade back here against the Yone, but again, he's out of mana.
Ay, wala nag-uni oy.
Sapagitan na.
Even that biscuit has to work pretty hard to keep Perks up in his 1v1 early on.
Yeah, some man issues that you're going to see them come into here a little bit. Expect a lot of early TPs by C9. Weber going to be happy to be able to grab this Scuttle Crab though, playing a little bit more towards the bot side, and Vulcan being able to help protect and grab that one.
Husha's on the other side, of course. Graves, as you said, has not been particularly common in the metagame, throughout this year at least. Right now, observations in North America, but hasn't changed much. You have to worry, wants to pop up a storm.
Yeah, and I actually think it's a great time to have Graves in this draft, at least in terms of from the Graves perspective. We'll have to see how all these champions synergize together. We talked about the big Wombo potential, but at the very least, you have 2 pushing solo lanes. That's going to make it very easy to find priority, find invade, steal camps away from the Lee Sin. You see, that's exactly what Hush is doing, wanting to use this advantage, make it uncomfortable. We'll see if C9 can collapse onto this, but this is the game plan for Beyond.
Blabber smoked that Crocto Fudge down here. They're going to collapse. Husha in trouble. Blabber already dealing a lot of damage. Lydia going in there trying to spin the branch around, but it's Blabber that finds first blood. And Leon's on the menu for second, and it's a tragedy. Moxie Sponge takes the second kill.
Cloud9 collapse instantly onto that front invade by Husha. Does not land the initial Q, but falls up perfectly. Fudge gets the inside track on the collapse. Action's not over there. Vulcan roll.
Vulcan lands again on the Leona. Mid lane here is going to fall.
Go,
God, I was just talking about the game plan for
Ito ka.
the priority lanes that they're going to have.
Hello. Sorry.
And they are on the same page about how to, kind of throw a wrench in that game plan. Get Vulcan out of the bottom. Ezreal's going to be fine on an island. Go for it and flash mid. Top side, instantly collapse. It doesn't matter what's happening in lane. Fudge, get over here, protect my camp, was punish Husha. And the fact that they chunk him down to about 25% HP before Leon is able to get involved in this play, you can see how this 2v2 easily could have been won by Beyond Gaming if he was able to get there a little bit faster. But it was just a really deep invade by the Graves.
Ay, wala may go.
Fearsome 2v2 on the top side is that
Budak
they're
sa
really
budak
aggressive. When they say, hey, we can kill this Graves, they go for it.
Yeah, nice to the opposite side, right? Usually Fudge is the one pushing in, and then Plat is diving. This time it's defending the jungle invasion. But the result is the same. Up 600 gold now, they got the first 2 kills. But the CS not feeling too hot, so this early counter pick definitely working out early on, despite the damage. But obviously the gold massively shortened. That kill
Don't kill.
just picked up. So things feeling pretty good, but Beyond Gaming not done. Now it's a 3v3 brewing here in the mid lane as Kino
Level 2 fight naman eh.
up here on the Amumu Vulcan level 4. Vulcan with the pretty perks going in.
Ay, nalamin yun day, gago.
Ay, warded.
Flashes in, gets the auto attack and takes down perks. And now Cloud9 in a 2v3 they don't really fancy. Why are we gonna have to dash on out of there with
Mess with the ball when you get the ball. Mess with the ball and you get the ball.
Nahuli na ko eh. Kamas tinamlay.
Initially, but then with the additional support of Doggo, turns it back around. So, 1-for-1, I think pretty happy for both teams getting some of that gold onto Doggo.
Huh?
Also making a nice push.
Wala na one stick ba na? Wala mo na one stick na. Mahalay ko ba?
Mess with the ball when you get the ball.
And making sure they actually do secure a kill there. Not overly focused on peeling back and trying to protect the areas.
Oh, Kino, whoa, missing the Q, but there's the kill. Climb already with the ulti. Kino level 4 flashes. Gets over the wall with the blast cut. Amumu's safe for now, but under attack here at level 4 on the support.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 are doing for their best, but they grab them.
Atay. Ay.
Overall, attack, even though they don't have the awareness that here.
No.
Find some kills for Doggo.
Yeah, like a lot of, kind of classic League of Legends champions, you're often only as good as your ultimate. And Drake obviously has before. Severely drained of XP from the support position. Going to be a while before Kino has that going. That being said, there are plenty of ways for Beyond Gaming to enable this comp. As you mentioned, they kind of have, a combo for every single champion on the team. They even have like a backup MF with Gravestone in case Doggo's not around. But if they can find a setup, it is not difficult for Beyond Gaming to scale any sort of skirmish into a 4 or 5 team like this in the right game.
I mean, even start these fights out with Yone making a good point, flying in there, the damage over the top, and like, hey, hopefully someone dies instantly, and then you're fighting a 4v5 from there, and then their team is pretty scrappy. Not just the Yone, but tremendous fighting potential.
Nag-grab din ako.
They do have the ability to control situations out, so Cloud9 may have to be careful about not,
Pa-flash nita.
Well, looks like some
Flash.
the Rift Herald was given, but neither team is moving in just yet. Looks like Beyond Gaming actually set up the rest of that vision. There is a ward in the back of the screen, so Cloud9 do
Nice.
by tapping the plant there.
So cool.
Don't think there's anything Cloud9 can do. That feels too late to this play. This ultimate's going to try and steal it. Not going to happen though, and that
Ano sir mag-push?
picking up that
Mess with the ball and you get the ball.
Tara, tanggali.
Frog. Ah! Prank.
Joke lang.
Cloud9 has a lot of
Ay,
No.
asang ito? Napudik lagi ito niya. Ikusahan nato eh.
Nasa future site.
Sunigat. Nasa Genji. Allah ka riyaga.
Ay!
Dagan dia.
Saan kalit gawas?
0-5 ko na ano. Kailangan daw makamitik ko. Mitik. Wala, dito ako mag-ingon na kayo. Wala pa man. Mythic.
Yan, nagpalit na ako. Mythic. Nagago. Mythic.
So far in this game, you know, there's multiple frontline picks that you're going to be hitting.
Gago.
Luya to.
Mythic. Pansan ako na yung soul. Lag. Desa mas maayo. Bug.
Panambot ito.
Oh.
Triple.
Baby. Kane.
Well, so far so good for Beyond Gaming, despite again being down a couple hundred gold.
Lamang itong kauban.
Dragon for themselves still have that herald.
Gani.
Actually ready to drop it.
Parang malak.
Obvious target, even though his tower's pretty healthy, he is completely isolated as Vulcan has been out of the lane for a pretty significant portion of this game. But as you said before, it is a
Tara, tap na.
Ito sa kapos.
Lock sila sa kapos.
It's been a weird game coming into it with the flex of the top track, you know,
Bug. Panghapak yun.
Ipan.
Ano ka?
Look, tondo.
Bug. Mythic.
Look.
Ito nagkurog
Wala
na
yung tali, mabot ang flip skill. Nagkurog ka.
Nagkurog ang minions.
Wala, dakpan.
Wow.
Wala, dakpan.
Lagaa ka.
Yaw, good.
Ano din? Oo, nali. Ano ko nila pa rin.
Luwis na nila, kulata.
Diskilan ng minion. Bug.
Konit, kontanan.
Bug. Yawa na ikan, nilagay sa likod. Bug.
Marami lang ako.
Hey. Panik ka man.
So, sumawi ko ng face, no?
Gago, blitzcrank ko, bug. Blitzcrank mo, gago. Ay, namatay na siya.
Matay sa ignite.
Gaya kay blitzcrank. Mythic. Gago, paspas yung mapa ko. Bug. Bug. Bug.
Tulog. Wala, no.
Bug. Bug. Bug, bug. Bug.
Wala.
Yan nga to eh.
Junction, yung ka na ito eh.
Gisulot na rin.
Wala na ko na-stun. Tulog yan eh. Manuluday nagtur eh.
Yan. Ay, shit. Partnera na to guan. Dominic.
I like this decision, and it also was better this time because they didn't, have someone collapsing. They just kept Mercs the boss the entire time, so he was able to grab.
Magnetic good. Tara, sudlo.
One hit mong duwa ron. Mo mahuli. Bug.
Uyoy.
Dre. Yawa. Likod lagi.
Oh, man, tira.
Likod lagi.
Split. Ay. So, dito sa ari.
Wag. Nga na, mag-arigaw. No. No.
Pindot kayo pagkano niya, baka itong charm niya o gato yung orb. Split niya. Yung charm ko na, ano?
DR to?
Tara.
Nitik. Eh, gago. Nakikalaban tayo rin.
Pag! Uyoy.
Paano ba hindi mag-lag? First time. Murag si Aaron mo type ba? Gago.
Wala.
Bubuta ate.
Walang. Wala, iba ka pang Vex na to. Sayang tayo.
Not the cleanest fight, as I'm sure you'll see in the replay, but still able to come out 2 for 1. Get a little bit of run they started the fight. The team had time to come through. Like I said, good job by Moat getting out of here.
Dog. Luya ito eh. Yan na guys, Storm Razor.
Lang.
Para samot mo siya yung kalaban ba? Storm Razor lang, apay na kayo diyo.
Wala, gago. Prata. Suran.
Wala na ano. Pasa ka rin po sa ano.
Storm Razor.
Saka yung Kane na.
Rocktail ko din, bullshit.
Wala. Look, alam mo to.
Gagol, pareha may item mo.
Tinta. Ay, si ano? Vex yung si ano? Ari.
Oo nga, daghok no.
Luya to.
Gago! Andam ko! Gago ka!
Bitaw. Ano, bitaw.
Miner ka.
Ala, puli na ko. Ala. Double kill gitu. Ito dahil si Manny. Pang 80. Harap ba dun?
Ang sagaw.
Ha?
Ang sa'yo gamiton? Rabadon.
Rabadon. Okay, siguro Rabadon. Superhero yung sila ba?
Wala na, unsa naman eh.
Ito ay katawanan.
Wala na, nakatawa na ako magrabadon. Dako yung damage. Pagbundak pa lang doon.
Gani.
Gago. Yawa, nagaan.
Apa tayo yung mga sigaw?
La. Dake. Gago na banga magkalit sa kauban.
Gani na ba? Dahil man tanong back, intro na siguro sa gani.
Intro boy.
Ang Ari, okay naman Ari. Pero na lang Ari ka ng tawagan. Matabangan ba?
Arang-arang na ganyan eh, kaysa atong
Update
nagpan.
noon.
Nagpan ko kay Wadjut
Update
kalihok
noon
ko.
kay...
La.
Patay, bye! Bye!
Ay.
Ikaw nag-bet sa ano eh.
Gago ng ilagaan eh, kalit lagawas.
Dominic, lagi ikaw. Ay, Dominic. Tawagan eh.
Kat lang, manusan ako ng kolektor.
Storm Razor ba?
Bag sa kita eh.
Lago, sumpos pa sa ato. Max mo na yung attack niyo. Ito item. May armor day ko di ay. Iwasan sana ako ng rabadan ako. Para maganan ako. Cornmel. Bag. Ano yung ari? Mukhawan man sana.
Koda! Gago ka!
God.
3 hits? Gago kay lagaa ka. Dang dang.
Akin 21 na gudang tip.
21.
Eh.
Somewhere in the tail end of that as well, Cloud9 picked up the Infernal Drake, so continuing dragons for themselves.
No, post din sila dito.
First lost his flash though. It looked like they were trying to set up a face check and just got a little greedy going for it. Flashed over the wall. And in response, Gaming grabbed their last outer turret now.
Ako ito nalagbot. Buliwa ito, ginagputan na.
Bullshit.
Si Paul dito.
As well as it's slightly easier to execute team top in these kind of wide open map situations. You have multiple champions who are a little more comfortable
Pantingon din nasa base ng Twitch ka eh, para mahumana lang din. Kaya, kalit taggawa sa animal ba?
Basic man ang ano, ang ato ang deck. Pati pa ang blitz lang.
Okay naman, phase okay. Ano yung problema?
Wala din na push itong top, no?
Wala ganun.
Kaya gaya sa itong top eh.
Sigod na naman.
Okay, silod na good.
Spam just saying, walk through me. I dare you. Try and get to this Baron buff. It kind of stalls out beyond. And, you know, on the back end of this, they're going to find a couple more kills for Snipe probably here. Leon with a bit of trouble.
Baliktan na akong soul yate.
Ay, top sila gaw, top sila gaw. Ano lang? Depth lang dito, hatag mo sila. Strong third nga, no? Tower, ayaw ihatag. Yep, double kill, tuloy mo? Luya to. So, kasana yung pin. Wah, ito gawin. Kasi ka ba? Sige na kung tulak-tulak. Naka-triple ko dun.
Grabe ka to lang. Inom na lang ko ko. Dip, gago. Tay, apakon. Yawa. Kaya yung ilagaan eh. Pwede nila human mo. Okay.
It's a scaling, but yeah, the better the game's going, the harder your game scales.
Beautiful bangs of to the living.
I mean, sometimes you do, and then it usually
BRD sila. Ala na, di sila ano? Cloud, pagtug lang pas-pas mo dagan ng Twitch, basta maka-SS. Gaya sa mga guard right fight ka yung defense, no? Wala na natin sila. Fuck! Gosh, yung guya to. Wait lang, def sa mo kadali. Okay, magpalit na ako gano'n. Okay, full item ako. Ay, wala. Mali akong naigo. Taas yung paspasan, naka-trigger sa kung ano. Kuang, tawag na. Tera. Go! Nice. Matay. Wala yung manikot. Ay, wala yan ha. Kita to.
Dragon that you need to fight Barons in only 30 seconds, so maybe that's more of a concern, but this is an opportunity where, you know, Cloud9's grouped up in a lane, you try and force the fight, it doesn't actually go that well, but, you know, Cloud9 then need to punish, make something of it, and they see Kino low, so they want to go into the group, but there's still a lot of hold up for the rest of the team, a lot of CC available, so they kind of underneath the turret, they have to get Sludge out of there, Labber dying early,
Muka sa last move. Ini mau damage sa kita semua. Lagi ka na ng Vex na to. Sana dito na.
Ano po?
Want to transfer it into a Baron, we'll see if Beyond can actually contest this one.
You can kind of see where Cloud9 are willing to throw caution to the wind though, right? They've got pressure in the bottom side from the top lane. They can play aggressively here, keep the minions pushing and take Baron. So it's not, you know, reckless engaging that Cloud9 are entertaining, but they are going in very frequently.
No, this is exactly what you want to see. I don't want to make this sound like a criticism of the Cloud9 game plan. You have so many engage tools, you have so many opportunities, you have the map state in your favor so that even if they engage like that, doesn't go 100% your way, you still get the kill, you still have the map to pressure in the bot lane, you can grab the Baron on the back end of it. And so this is what you want to see. You don't want to see, oh, we only take 90% plays. Go for the 60-40 like that and actually make some plays happen and keep the you know, gas down.
Yeah, credit to both teams for staying proactive. Beyond Gaming, though, slipping further and further out of reach for this game. Cloud9 up with the Soul Point now. They're up 6k. They've got a second Baron on the table. And already the bottom side of the Rift was pretty battered by Cloud9's last siege. That inhibit's back, though, thankfully for them. But Fudge is once again asking to ult your teammates. As Vulcan does find the engage, Everfrost follows. Kino loses the ulti again. Blabber maybe trying to bait out the ulti, but doesn't find it. Finds another Q, though. Kicks him to death. And Cloud9 now in a 5v4 as Blabber finishes that off.
Yeah, Kino was just stuck in the state of, well, I don't have a good target to go in on, but I don't want to blow my ult defensively because then I won't be able to contest the Soul Point. And he just holds it on until it's too late. Cloud9 focus him down, kill him as the primary engager for Beyond Gaming. Once you take him out, it's a lot harder for them to find an opportunity. And now this might be a free soul. We'll see if they want to contest 4v5 or if they're going to keep Moyan on top side. Doesn't have TP, so it looks like they're just sacking it.
Yeah, gonna go ahead, have to give that Infernal Soul over again. Your movement's on up for 10 seconds, not a lot you can really do. Perks actually, the best movement on the Rift so far is looking to line up another ulti once again. Fudge also could combine for a very classic Season 1 combo mark. Haven't seen it in a minute, but definitely plenty of wombo potential there as Cloud9 will finish off that inhibitor. They're going to retake mid here as well, crack that finally, and take down a second inhib here, and maybe just walk it in. Kino's back, but I'm not sure it matters.
Yeah, he ended up losing his ult right as he died, so there's still about like a 20-second timer or 15-second timer before he can go in here.
And again, still holding on to theirs. Fudge, level 18, Perks, level 18. Ready with some big ticket ultimates here. Only one extra Nexus turret to get through as well. Plenty of time left on this Baron, 45 seconds. Jeez, that is a long siege for Beyond to try and go in. And Blabber just finds the pick. It's Kino again. They're bullying the poor boy. And now Vulcan diving back in. Husha, though, is going to make him pay for it as Perks dove in straight. As Sven is now dominating Perks. He is going to die. Husha actually grabbed himself the double as Cloud9 tried to end the game but couldn't quite find it. 3v3 though. but they've run out of ulti, so I think Cloud9 going to have to leave.
Yeah, they do stay alive here, getting another even fight. A lot of these, Beyond has done a great job of punishing the engages for Cloud9 once they go in and finding even kills. Not many of these fights have been clean aces. It's been very, very scrappy, and, Beyond, despite the fact that they're able to largely come out even or slightly behind the fights, it's a lot of the map states that make it so difficult. You're going even in that fight underneath your own Nexus turrets. Like, what do you do at the tail end of that? There's not much of an opportunity for you to get onto the map and start stealing camps away from Cloud9 or getting deep vision down, Like, there's just not much that they're able to do on the tail end of that. So while it's nice that they're able to stay alive here, they're still really on the back foot. Cloud9, thank you, observers. TP ward available. Double TP incoming. Call a shot.
I'm very scared for Kino. Every time he's on the screen, I'm like, oh no, my poor boy.
I mean, they're picking on him. He's the squishiest member of the enemy team, despite being their primary engage. And, if you can kill him before he gets a good ult off, that makes it really hard for them. And then it's a lot of pressure on Moang to find an opportunity, or Liang to find a 5-man sleep or something, And it just puts a lot of pressure on. Now, a lot of the times they kill him, they leave one of their members underneath the, the turret for Beyond to focus that member down, Blabber there being the target. So it's still overall a win for Cloud9, but Beyond showing a lot of grit this game, I think.
Yeah.
And taking fights and trying to stay proactive.
Yeah, running out of towers to play under, unfortunately for them. Cloud9 doing pretty good demolition work here as Liang is going to run away. Did get TP'd on by Perks, but nothing comes of that particular play. But now Cloud9 are just happy to wait until the next Baron spawns. That'll be a minute 50. Sven forced to use the Mercurial, or I guess the QSS portion of that sword. It's very confusing. But does have to use it. Does have cleanse up still as well, so it should feel pretty safe. But again, C9 are just trying to get to that same map state, right? Where they can take Gris and it doesn't really matter. And if nothing happens, then they'll go ahead and take an objective. As Perks steals the Yone ultimate to get out of there. No, never mind. He's not going out. He only goes in. And now he's going to have to leap, but he goes back through the Infernal Soul, explodes the enemy Yone, and now Perks looking to make the 1v2 into another 1v1 win, and Perks will find the double in the 1v2 play, and Fudge is taking every tower shot in the lands, and Sven demolishes Borhusha and BYG. They can only defend for so long, but the ace is there, and Cloud9 are going to pick up their second win at Worlds.
Cloud9 going 2-0 to start groups. Beyond Gaming dropping to 0-2, a tough start, but for Cloud9, you're feeling good. It's playoff Perks, except it's World Perks. It's even better.
It's true. An even better time to look good as Cloud9 still remain undefeated. 2 games only through, but that is half of their round-robin games in this play. And again, it is a very short round-robin stage here this go-around. And even though this wasn't as dominant a game, I still felt like this is the consistency you're looking for, right? Again, very little room for error. Not a whole lot you can do if things start to go sideways, but Cloud9 play consistently enough to still stay competitive, because Beyond, I think, have leveled up a lot in the short amount of time they've had. This is more what we expected.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in this game, it wasn't enough. I think they will get scarier as they play more opponents. But C9, I love that they're still willing to play the game, right? They're not just waiting for the game to end leaning on 3,000 gold. They're still taking fights.
Yeah, I think for both teams, there's some positive takeaways. You talk about Cloud9 finding a lot of punishes early on in that game. If you cast your mind all the way back to the start, the 2-for-0 in the top try brush was huge. But I think for Beyond, as much of a disaster as that is, they did a decent job bouncing back and staying in the game after what was a disastrous start. So I think, like you're saying, they can continue to ramp up. We don't know the exact power levels of all the teams and groups right now, but Cloud9 is potentially the best team in your group. You had a relatively competitive game against them. It feels terrible to be 0-2 right now, but Beyond can easily grab a couple wins, make it out. 4 out of the 5 teams do get out of groups, remember, and then you're talking about winning a couple of best of 5s to still stay in the hunt for the main stage.
Yeah, definitely some work to do here, but we'll see what happens as we're going to go to a break, but when we return, there is more play-ins coming up. Don't go too far away.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And then if you can remember,
Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of the time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. I'll stroll back to summertime, drink red cups and see the lights. And with the burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night.
It all leads to this. Make or break. A new era is awaiting. Make it yours.
welcome back to Tyson for World's 2021 playing stage. C9 is now 2-0 in their group, and I have Trish with me to talk about the game. Hi, how are you doing, and how was this game for you?
I think the game was pretty good. I think the game actually went really well. Surprisingly, I didn't expect them to flex Lilia top. So I thought I was playing against Graves top with Malphite, and I thought the lane would be pretty fine. But Lilia top is obviously a pretty hard matchup for me, and early game was really hard. And then they ended up like misplaying a lot at like level 3 or 4 when they took the 2v2.
Wait, I wanted to touch on the draft actually, because indeed they put Graves and Lilia. I didn't think Lilia would be still able to play on the solo lane. How did you adapt towards that, and explain the Malphite last pick?
Yeah. So Malphite last pick was mainly just because we thought it was Graves top.
Yeah.
And obviously Malphite was very good against their comp outside of lane. And we didn't expect them, well, we didn't really think about Lilia flexing to top lane because we haven't seen her a single time in scrims or solo queue or anywhere. Yeah. And although it is actually a really good flex by them, and it was a good adaptation by them in draft to actually put Lilia top lane.
Yeah.
And obviously it didn't go as well as it could have, but I do think that it was a pretty good adaptation by them.
Yeah, and I want to touch on the mid game also, because you were super ahead, but it feels like from 20 to 30 minutes, it was a bit harder to take on the fight, especially with the Yone going in your way. How did you overcome that to get the win in the end?
Well, I think at the end, it sort of was us playing slower and just bleeding them out, because usually like there was like 3 or 4 times where we tried to like dive them and then we like misplayed, got hit by a huge MF ulti, huge Yone, like a lot of Yone damage, Graves damage. So we sort of just started to play a bit slow, and then they ended up in like they sort of like tried to kill Silas 1v2, and then Luca like 1v2 them in bot lane, which is like obviously the game-winning play. But I do think we would have ended up winning regardless.
It was a beautiful game from you guys in the end, and I also want to talk about you and your performance. You've been stellar so far at Worlds 2021, and I mean, it's improvements we've seen throughout summer from you, the fudge factor, you know it, we talked about it, but tell me about the new responsibilities you have within the team, also getting the last pick here and your new role in C9 this summer and also at Worlds.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more learning to do. Like we learned a lot about how to play through top lane after MSI, because a lot of teams were sort of getting a lot better at punishing top lane whenever they had winning matchups, and you also have to play really well defensively whenever you're in those losing matchups. So we sort of just learned how to communicate well around top lane and how to defend every wave, how to punish them on every wave, stuff like that. And it's very important to do. Otherwise, otherwise you sort of just lose instantly to like especially like the Chinese teams. I think they do play really well around that.
Yeah, it's nice to see that you can carry from all around the map for C9. Now you have one last game to play at the end of the day against Galatasaray. How do you think it's going to go? Because they've been performing well yesterday. I feel they surprised everyone. How do you feel about this matchup?
I think we'll definitely win, but I do think they're probably the best opponent so far in the group. So I think it's probably going to be the most hype matchup, because I do think that whoever wins actually makes it first seed, I believe, according to standings. So it's going to be a very high matchup for sure.
For sure. Well, I wish you good luck on that. Thank you so much for this interview. And yeah, we'll see about later today for C9. And back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Laura, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's Cloud9 that moves to 2-0 here with the victory. But Kaizen, it took 42 kills between the two teams in less than 40 minutes for them to ultimately wrap it up. And we heard a word from Fudge there on the fact that they felt they had to slow it down, maybe getting ahead of themselves with the lead that they had built, and almost put in a position to lose it, but slowing the game down, finding their few moments, and they're able to wrap it up.
Yeah, a little too hyphy, but a win is a win. And overall, I think the team looks pretty clean. We heard Fudge talk about, toward the end of the game, they had some trouble closing out through the MF ult and the Yone. And that's something that they'll have to work on improving, because come group stage, you are going to get punished when you're ahead and you fail to close out a game cleanly. But overall, I thought the mid game was really, really good from this team. We saw Fudge with multiple flanks on Doggo, got to shut him down on one of those powerful 80 carries in the game. And overall, it felt like C9 had an intelligent understanding of how they wanted to draft, because they chose to give up the MF rather than ban her, even though she's been, I think, 100% presence over the course of the tournament. And he mentioned that they picked a Malphite as a Graves adaptation, but I think it works equally well against the MF, because with Malphite, once you have an Everfrost, even that little amount of AP is enough for you to kill her, and they had so many forms of hard CC to stop her from doing what she does.
Well, I want to continue this draft conversation by looping in Goldberg, because we heard Fudge even mention it. Intelligent pivot out of the side of Beyond Gaming, he says, in the face of the Malphite last pick by putting Lilia to the top side and the Graves into the jungle. While they did come out ahead in that 2v2, you heard him talking about it, that actually probably is one that they should have lost if all things were played correctly.
But it's also one of the learning experiences, as he talked about with MSI, with players actually punishing winning matchups, but also being really good at defending bigger waves being pushed into you, being better at stopping these guys dives from coming through. And if you'll remember back to that 2v2 play up towards the top side, it's actually because Blabber is up there as well, helping out his top laner towards the Crocs clear at the same time. So not only, while it was a bad matchup for the Malphite, they had still some good adaptation in terms of their team play and actually helping Fudge up there, which, we hadn't always seen in the past.
Right, and the other thing for me that this kind of highlights, Kaizen, is the fact that we've, across two games, now seen Fudge in two very different kinds of roles. While definitely an impact player in both of the games, this time around, not necessarily on the carry champion.
Yeah, I think he's playing like a carry irrespective of the champion he's on. And look, there were some moments, like for instance this fight around Herald, where I think it was a team error and they just shouldn't have been looking for this at all. You're in a scenario where it's basically a 4v5, Ezreal's not there, you're in a choke versus MF. But overall, as an individual player, I think Fudge has been playing pretty much immaculately. Sure, there are some moments where, he goes in a little bit too aggressively, but overall, I think what he's showing us is a versatility of a player that he's built over the course of the split. He used to be the weak side, Gragas top, Malphite top guy, and he shelved that, decided to be a carry, and now he can bring it all together. So really impressive by Fudge.
Yeah, especially because, I was even saying while we were just watching that game, writing to production, don't put Fudge in there, he's just playing Malphite. There's going to be no reason to include him. But boy, did he prove me wrong.
Oh, absolutely. The score line is phenomenal. And here we see some of that, that carry potential even on a more, tank initiator type champion. Granted, he did build the Everfrost, follows it up with a few armor-oriented picks. But Goldberg, back to you.
Yeah, definitely. And you can just see it. Like, that's the Fudge factor right there. He's just standing still in front of the enemy team while his own team is doing Baron, the Everfrost, the Frozen Heart, later the Abyssal Mask. This guy just being close to you is already an Aurabot, taking away your attack speed, getting more damage when you get CC'd, and boy was there a load of CC in this Malphite kit.
Yeah, if you need any more proof of the value of emotes, that's it right there. So make sure you've got those keybound at home, because that's how you can start fights. Who would have thought that emotes were an engage tool, Kaizen?
Nag-charge, Mongo. Nag-charge.
So let's also talk about Cloud9 now looking forward in the play-in stage, because I also love what Fudge said in looking ahead at their second matchup of the day, Galatasaray at 2-0. He says he thinks this is the marquee matchup of the day. So what are your thoughts there, Kaizen?
It clearly is. I mean, I think Galatasaray, besides C9, has looked like the most cohesive team. I think Crazy has had a really good tournament so far on the Kennen, some really nice flanks. I think some of the most effective and perhaps only effective Kennen flanks that we've seen all tournament. And I think we saw some really, really good Bard play from Zergsting, allowing the team to get set up despite some of his key picks being denied from him. So I think this should be a really hype matchup, and I can't wait to get to it. But Dash, you asked a lot of questions. I have a question for Goldboy.
Oh, throw it. Give it to us.
Go on.
All right, so earlier, you said you're not on the hype trade for C9. We've now seen two, in my opinion, dominant games. Are you on it? Because it's pretty lonely in here, and I've been riding it the whole tournament.
All aboard!
It's going to continue to be lonely until I see what Turkey they can do. Galatasaray.
Oh my goodness.
I need to see all games.
Right.
I need to see the whole day. No need to call it just now.
Oh, I tell you this much. The train leaves the station after that third game of the day, all right? Okay, so you better hop on after that last one, or you're going to be left at the station. That's it for Cloud9 versus Beyond Gaming. We're heading to a commercial. When we come back, there's more Worlds heading your way.
Make or break. Make it yours.
No, we're never gonna fade away.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Day 2 of the League of Legends 2021 World Championships. It's play-ins time, Mark Zimmerman. Cloud9 still looking good, undefeated, but this is going to be the other big dog of Group B. It is Galatasaray from the TCL taking on Japan's Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did not have Galatasaray pegged as one of the favorites potentially in this group, but so far they've looked incredible. 2-0 on the first day, taking down Beyond Gaming, which was one of the teams people were looking at. DFM is one of the other teams that people were saying, hey, you know, they had a pretty good MSI, maybe they'll come back. They got their gang in the bot lane now, you know, instead of their coach, so they should be even better. And then, you know, they get defeated by C9. That was a tough start for them. And in the meantime, Galatasaray is just, you know, taking off in the other direction, 2-0.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about them is like the intel we got is like, oh, like it's hard to pin down like why they're so good because individually there's not like it's hard to pinpoint a single player. And they're like, oh, they're really good at team fighting. They like when they get ahead, they tend to stay ahead, but like they don't blow open games like individually 1v1. They just kind of slowly like play through the laning phase, get ahead, and then they win. And I feel like they're doing that and also winning every lane.
Well, I feel like when I was watching their games preparing, like there were a couple times where I was watching, I was like, oh, they're kind of trolling, they're really aggressive, there's like too much. And then some of the other series looked a lot cleaner. And I settled on like they're actually just really good about team coordination, like you're saying. And I feel pretty good whenever I watch them making plays. Crazy roams around the map quite a bit. I think Mojito is a really smart jungler. To your point about like popping off and all this insane stuff, not quite, but I always feel like his ganks make sense from a game plan perspective in what he is trying to do. It's either accelerating one of their key win conditions where they have like the hardest carry winning on the map or something, or it's throwing a wrench in the enemy team's game plan. And if they have a hard carry snowball topside, like he'll gank that to shut it down at a good timing window, and he won't just like hover around too long. And you know, Emily is talking a lot about efficiency yesterday. I feel like Mojito is one of those junglers who's relatively efficient, and I think as a whole their team just seems to work really well together. Zergsting also gets a lot of hype. Lulu as well, just being good enablers and playmakers. Like it's just a team full of people who are down to make a play together.
Yeah, and definitely on display in day 1, already 2-0. Could be 4-0 by the end of today. They're one of the few teams actually playing all their games for the round robin today. So I actually get to see all of them.
I can't tell if that's good or bad. Like, I'm trying to put myself in their position. Like on the one hand, like you're done, you know, there's other teams still playing and you get to relax the next day or crap your pants maybe depending on how it goes, you know, and you can't do anything else. It just feels weird to be done when everyone else is still going on. So I'm not quite sure how they feel, but at the very least, their 2 games today will decide their fate for the most part. If they finish 4-0 today, that's first. I mean, there's no way you can lose. So you can lock. You're the only person or one of the 2 teams who can lock first today.
All right, we'll see what happens here in this draft at least. Game number 3 for them here up against Dead FM, Aurelia LeBlanc, Leona, Bandaway, and Kiana Rise MF on the other side, which all lines up pretty nicely. I think keeping Kiana out of the hands of Mojito especially is a good idea. He's been deadly, at least from Group B on that pick. Lee Sin, though, is the answer, and looks like Aphelios is going to make his way to Unicorn's hands there for DFM, alongside the Thresh, which has been a mainstay for Gang and many other supports around the world.
Yeah, I mean, Aphelios Thresh is one of the strongest bot lanes for most of Summer Split. Doesn't feel like it's been super high priority so far through this tournament. People are kind of playing around with the new toys, like we've talked about with some of the Amumu support, the MF, this kind of stuff. But with those taken off the table, we do see a staple. Meanwhile, you know, Galatasaray is still all in on the new champions, the Nami Lucian bot lane that has risen in priority ever since Lucian got that kind of buff with the passive on enemy buffing you get the extra damage. So perfect champion for Nami to throw her E on top of.
Yeah, definitely is like the I want to win lane 2v2. So we'll see if that does happen here. Alive and Zergsting could be awfully deadly in the early stages of the game. Zinzalzo continued to be picked in a lot of different spots. Also the same here for Steel.
Yep. I was going to say, matching lanes so far. You have junglers and bot lanes. So it's one of those situations where you're trying to ban out the enemy team's champions and not banning your own and trying to set up some stuff. So we'll see what they end up going for here. But I do like the Lucian Nami counterpick specifically into the Thresh Aphelios because Nami's always been pretty good into Thresh. You have move speed on any spell that you cast, making it harder for Thresh to land his hooks and stuff like that. You have sustain. As long as you don't get completely all in, you're going to be winning trades. And even your all-in threat is it's really hard for them to find opportunity. Lucian's so mobile, and like I said, yourself giving up speed up. So very tough lane, it feels like, for a lot of Thresh lanes into Nami, and we'll have to see if it goes badly, or if the Zen goes down there and they just start chain ganking. Because that's usually the answer, is either you leave them on an island and you take your 15 CS loss, or you try and kill them.
Yep, well, we'll see what happens. That should be a fun one, regardless of how the teams approach the gameplay in there. I guess the other thing is, like, Nami not necessarily the flashiest champion. Zerxing's a fairly flashy player, but stay with me. Bard ulti is a big circle, Nami Q, just a little circle. And the man's skill shot accuracy is very high.
I thought you were going to go talk about Nami's ultimate being like Bard's ultimate. I was about to give you the stink eye. Like, what are you talking about? No. Okay, the Q and the ult being similar, I see it a little bit.
See how good his aim is, though, because, again, much different radii to play with.
Well, and distance, too. Like, Bard's like a downtown sharpshooter, like behind the three-point line from half court, calling your shot. Nami's like, I don't know, mid-range.
It's like a bad layup.
Yeah, yeah, it's like the floaters.
Jump shot.
The floaters that you do, because the taller person's in the lane, you're like, crap.
Alrighty, your name, Malphite, if something getting attention here.
Hey, watch the game before them. Like, we didn't like that.
And going TF, there's Zoe, though, for Arya. Definitely a champion that can have a huge impact on the game, depending on her skill shot accuracy. But Jace there for crazy. Blind is just ready for anything there in top lane.
I kind of like it as a potential call-out to some of the stuff that Evi's champion pool plays with. Mostly it's a ton of Gnar, Renekton, Set, Tom Kench. It's not a lot of these like gap-closing, assassin-y type top laners that Jace can get all-in by. You talk about potentially Aurelius want to kill him, or Wukongs and the stuff that want to fight a lot. That's not really Evi's playstyle. He's a stable, consistent frontliner, a very good laner, but not the dominant one who's really going to skill check the Jace. And so I feel like this was a pretty safe call-out by them.
Yeah, Evi is had a bad time as far as like
it's not been great.
No, and it's not necessarily his fault. Like, he's been put into very hard spots with Gnar, and it's unfortunately like been in counter matchups for a lot of it. This, however,
this is different.
Is the other side. Urgot in the top side.
Yeah, he hasn't played it in summer at all, but if I remember correctly, I think he has played it historically quite a bit. I'm gonna go see if I can look that up.
Pretty confident he's played it.
I feel like I remember watching his international and being pretty impressed by it. I remember him having a pretty clean Urgot. I'll make sure I'm not tricking myself, but overall, two very different team comps. This is a very fragile team comp on the side of Galatasaray. This is like, if you get engaged on, you're dead if you give them that opening. Because a lot of the supports in the current meta are relatively tanky or have some engage potential themselves. Nami is very squishy. Your tankiest member is your Lee Sin. And even then, not much lockdown CC. If someone engages on you, you kick them away, but not like, oh, I stunned them, I'm Braum, I put a shield up. Like, there's just not that kind of stuff to protect your team comp. A lot of priority in their lanes, and so it looks like a very snowball-oriented game plan from them. And on the flip side, for DFM, you're a much more stable team comp. It's just, can you get through the laning phase?
Yeah, again, kind of fighting off the pressure of the Galatasaray is kind of the test that everyone has been put to so far here in this group. If they make it out of the laning phase even or ahead, especially ahead, they're going to feel great. Like, again, this is the team that seemingly converts just about every lead they have, and this is definitely a game where they can get an early lead and run away with the game. But DFM have plenty of comfort picks, for one, and also champions that can, find those engages, find those picks on the plethora of targets that are being presented to them. And once again, we will be looking towards the top lane here, because this is a nice change for me to see for Evi, right? No longer on Gnar duty. He, counterpicked himself and then got counterpicked in their first two games, and now he's the one counterpicking.
Yeah, I feel like it was maybe a little bit of DFM relying on their crutches a little bit too much. Just like, oh, well, Arya doesn't lose on LeBlanc. Pick LeBlanc. And like, oh, well, Gnar's open, and Evi's a great Gnar. Pick Gnar. And it's like, well, you guys didn't ban any of the counters. Now you're playing Aurelia into it. So I think this is a little bit better of a draft from them. It is still a situation where, we talked about a lot of good lanes for Galatasaray, but if the enemy team wants to take this stuff, there's not much you can do. Starts Eve, nice attempt there, but Balulu able to avoid it, throws the thumbs up emote. Thumbs up, looking like a strong meta pick right now.
Yeah.
In the emote game, everyone's splashing that thing.
Right at the top of the tier list for Worlds, it seems like right now. Balulu actually
showing the whole rotation.
Is ready with the whole wheel. Doesn't scroll to mouse, perhaps it's just jamming it.
Yeah.
I love the attempt on that gank. That's really creative, using Zoe Bubble to try and set up a level 1. Unfortunately, Zoe Bubble needs to smack you straight in the face when it's traveling through terrain, and now Arya is going to have a horrible time at level 1. it was never going to be that fun up against Azir early on. Now it's going to be really bad.
Yeah, and I mean, you had other line skill shots. I mean, you had like the Thresh there, and so I can understand them fishing for a pick and wanting to do something.
Oh yeah, I'm here for it.
But not the case there, and I think Zoe decent into Azir. Like you actually largely don't have too many issues. I'm not quite sure how much not having Q level 1 will affect it. Maybe it's like you just lose level 1 a little bit harder, but once you get your first reset off, it's still fine. So at the very least, Balulu's happy, get a little bit more pressure in the early game, and you'll see Steel laning top to bot. This is interesting to see if this is kind of that attack the Nami game plan I was talking about a little bit. Does feel like potentially the easiest place for them to make plays, but nice ward by Galatasaray. I'm not quite sure who dropped that one onto the Raptors, but they spot out Steel and know where he's going.
Looks like it might have been Mojito based on current cooldowns, but I don't know when he would have placed that. Must have been nice and early.
Once they saw the invade, probably leaked in there and just dropped it. So
smart stuff. To your point though, definitely Zoe should be fine. She grabs levels, especially after a reset, even that. And in theory, Evie should be okay here in his counter matchup, although Jace can be a little tricky to try and navigate against, especially early on, and Crazy has obviously gotten a handle on the matchup early.
Yeah, I don't think this is a I'm going to beat you in lane answer. The Jace should still have priority and pressure for a lot of the laning phase, but you do have some all-in threat. That's kind of what we're talking about. Like, a lot of the matchups against Jace is not really about going toe-to-toe through the first 5 or 6 levels. It's more about, can you kill him later on with some gank assist, and can you provide that gank assist? And I think the answer is a very clear yes for an Urgot. If you land your E, flip him back, Xin Zhao's there, you get your ultimate on top of him, that does feel like a pretty easy kill.
Alright, well, so far so good in the 2v2, by the way. Not necessarily what I would have expected. But Phelios and Thresh feeling pretty good. Again, this is a lane that Beautiful and getting very happy to play. Not as common these days, but still very potent. And I think the short range is hurting them a little bit here.
Yeah, I was going to say, early levels should go in the favor of Thresh and Phelios still. You start with Green Gun every time. You're going to have a little bit of that range advantage. Lucian, more of a caster champion, does want a couple levels to get all of his abilities unlocked. And the Nami lane is not like just insta start winning lane. It's about winning trades over the course of it, and they still have all-in threat.
That bubble was sick nasty out of Xerxing, but Alive is in trouble. Unipon, they're also in more trouble as Nami, looking at the autos happening, needs a couple more second bubble lands.
They might be getting baited.
Yeah, there's Steel around the corner, and now Xerxing's like, uh-oh, I've gone too far, I'm going to have to flash, and Steel forward flashes. Gang misses the Q though, and Xerxing gets first blood as a result. And now get back in they go. Oh, the gravity gun's nice, so Unipon finally gets the kill. But Xerxing, the real winner in bot lane after that play.
He's feeling great, doesn't care. His AD carry died. I got double buffs on the kill. I'm the real carry now. Let's go. Nice play there by Galatasaray's bot lane, being able to win the initial trade, force the Xin Zhao to come down that gank. Nice flash by Xerxing as well, you know, waiting until the potential came in for the knock-up and flashing then. It kind of baited Steel to think he could get underneath the turret, but it was just hard for the rest of DFM to follow up that easily after they already lost a bunch of summoners in the initial trade. It was hard to finish them off. They did end up getting the kill, but very scrappy, and it just starts off with that Bard ultimate, like you called it.
Nice double there, and then Unipon just... This end of this is really wild, because we know what's happening. Steel's on the hunt here.
Yeah, and I think it's a good game sense by them to, like, okay, we got to back off here. They probably even went a little bit harder than they should have, but, you know, bloodlust. And then from here, they just realized, okay, we're going to kite it out. Like I said, nice flash right before the knockup, so Steel has to get the last hit underneath the turret, and the rest just can't quite have an easy angle onto Xerxing. Though this is a good job by Unipon, seeing the little bit of over-aggression there and being able to go underneath the turret and finish off alive.
Well, nice little trade back and forth, but once again, it is Xerxing that reigns supreme. That is a very fast set of new shoes. Moby boots up nice and early.
That's going to be a fast fish, man.
Not a lot of 2v2. Oh, goodness, yeah. Xerxing doesn't miss, it looks like, but nice lance in there from Gang. Getting Goodspawn out to safety. That is one of the fun tricks with Aphelios and Thresh. Aphelios is kind of like a big siege weapon, but very immobile. So Thresh's going to help him out there by giving him a little move block there off the lance. And Mojito also down here for a refresher. You know, time for a drink.
And I feel like oh, hold on here.
Oh, dear, I mean, Hook. Does not notice Xerxing. He's going to be the target. Nami, like you said, very squishy. But they're going back in there. Can they make it happen before the TP completes? This looks absolutely tragic. Galatasaray and Evie cleans up one. Is there any more? Mojito going to be the target lined up next. What a flip out of Evie. Gets it there off the back of the gravity gun for the second. And Gang stays alive as Steel cleans up the third. And Dead FM take 3 in the bottom lane.
DFM doing a better job tracking Globals over the course of the game so far, Crazy used his TP for lane. A lot of JSs do. You want to keep that pressure up, but not enough communication with the bot lane to say, hey, if you break out into a 3v3 fight, they're going to be able to collapse. And once that TP came in, you know, Galatasaray is like, we're all in. They tried to go the rest of the way forward and find some kills, but just not enough damage to actually get them. Good job kiting it out, kind of slow playing it for DFM, waiting for that TP to complete. So well done by them to stabilize this bot lane and kind of punish. Like I said, if you're going to do anything this game for DFM, it's going to be playing around your bot lane. And they are executing that game plan really well to make sure that when Lucian wants to go aggressive, when Nami want to actually start winning these trades, you're there to punish.
Yep, 3 assists and a kill there for Unicorn, plus 2 tower plates there to get that for taking this reset as well. Just one again. It's just a really nice setup here for the Axe replay.
Yeah, for a second I thought, oh, okay, you know, DFM got baited here. I lost track of the TPs too, but as soon as Evie comes in, you're like, oh god, we're doomed. And so you see the rest of them kind of going all in, trying to find a finish off here. And Evie is just here for cleanup. This sick flash E, just reading Mojito, running beside him, waiting to see the flash, and instantly flash following. That was so sick. Evie's, Urgot, man, that thing's clean.
And then last kill's nice and easy. Evie feeling good. Yeah, that's a look good.
The eyebrow raise with the sip of water. You don't even need to show me the clip that happened. I know someone just made a good play.
We've been talking about the emote meta in-game.
Yeah.
The out-of-game emote meta now is becoming another layer, and Evie is right at the top of the tier list for me. Wonderful reaction there, picking up the double, basically enabling the triple that happened. Is Gang on the attack. He's going to force the exhaust there onto Udapon. And Steel, yep, he's in there. Mojito's only level 5. Oh, goodness, Lee said it feels tragic, and that ulti is going to miss. Balulu is going to make sure to shepherd the jungler out safely. Aria looking for the bubbles. Not going to quite land. Crazy just gets away from that bubble pull there in the pit. But again, a nice playback there from Gang. Alive is trying to fire back with the culling. But Udapon and friends are taking it there, and it is just looking tricky here in the 2v2 now. Don't need the pressure anymore because you have the 2v2 pressure kind of extended from that bottom lane play.
Exactly. I was about to go right there. With the bot lane disaster that happened, a lot of that gold ended up on the rest of the map, actually. And so Evie is now a huge threat at 2-0. It's going to neutralize a lot of that Jace advantage. I mean, Jace did grab a lot of turret plates, so not the end of the world. But the other problem is Steel being way ahead now and having the ability to scrap Mojito out on that red buff and almost solo kill him. And it just makes it so hard for the side of Galatasaray's top side to start making plays where they should have had a decent amount of pressure. So we talked about them wanting to win the early game with this comp, how fragile the comp it is. This is not how you want the game to go pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, again, I think that we've hit it a lot over the course of, a day and a half, but their conversion stats, but when they have a lead are extremely good. Don't have a lead right now as they're approaching that kind of first threshold of 10 minutes. Looks like Dead FM will be up about 1,000 gold at the end of it all. 4-1 in kills, kind of the big difference there, and we'll see if that can
install ka tong murag kuan ma.
Further as both teams still in the hunt for
ning murag na kanta-kanta good.
Backsteel's already stolen that one away. Must have been in a replay, and that first dragon of course available, although no one's rushing off to the Cloud Dragon.
After they won that skirmish on the top side, they just transitioned that into a free
sa
tank. So now we'll see where they want to drop it. I feel like with the pressure bot lane has, you might just try and end that lane phase and be like, okay, you pick Nami in for the lane.
Ready for solo kill, Moxie? And there it is, Evie gonna take it down just so easy.
Not even let me get my words out. Evie is popping off this game. Like we said, at 6, the all-in threat starts to come in, and as soon as he had his ult back up, he goes for it. He blew the ult on that topside skirmish, trying to find the snipe earlier, couldn't find it, but this time with it in lane phase, just such an easy all-in there. It wasn't even close.
And then Moxie making it look all so easy. There is the Herald getting dropped. Plates already stripped, and that should be about enough to finish it off. In fact, Udapon gonna stick around just to make absolutely sure. Shoots down the rest of the wave, and that is a ton of gold continuing to be funneled to this bottom side of the map, and they're even going to grab the dragon off the back of it as well. That is literally wins across the rift for Dead FM, as Arya even stops Balulu in the tracks with the bubble.
Thank God they got that initial kill for Zergsting, because otherwise this is like smelling like a perfect game, This is a disaster.
And that gold lead, like I mentioned, only 700 to 1,000, now shooting up to 2,500. The classic plated steel caps kill from Evie, just what I expect in a 1v1. But yeah, it turns out Urgot does a lot of damage, just kind of by base stats alone.
Yep, makes it so that Jace can't really win the trades anymore, and for the all-ins, if you do damage and they don't, as we also saw from Fudge in the previous game, you tend to win those 1v1s.
Alright, well, Udapon's actually topside right now alongside Gang. Looks like a quick 2v2 swap sees to the top seas, but not sure it'll last too long there. No dragon to take though. Herald, of course, already been dropped. That did give Dead FM that first tower. and Arya's feeling fine. Been a very isolated mid lane, which I think is pretty common in this kind of matchup. But we'll see if either of them can get out and try and affect them out. That has been such a big strength from Bolulu, especially in the games they've already played. And unfortunately, Azir is just anchored to the tower right now against the Zoe.
Yeah, you know, Bolulu feels like a big playmaker for the team. We're talking about that at the pregame, how this is a team full of people who want to get around the map and make things happen. But Azir, not the easiest champ to do it, and especially when things go bad in your lanes. Like, it's not normally easy for Azir to show up, but sometimes, you know, oh, I'll TP follow and I'll make my little Azir sec play and get someone kills and some stuff like that. But when it's gone this bad, you're like, I'm staying under turret and I'm farming against this Zoe. The speed up from the use of the stealing the summoner spell was enough to get the Zoe safe there. Nice job by Arya, seeing the engage coming in and just not needing to blow any summoners to stay alive.
Yeah, walks away, unfortunately whiffing the combo there for Bolulu. So out of that tool for, you know, a couple minutes here as DataFM continues to try and pile on the advantages. Evie is left alone in his bottom lane island now, and understandably no one wishes to challenge him 1v1 because he is terrifying. Despite being, you know, maybe 10 CS down from this Jace, Crazy knows that he absolutely cannot fight this early right now. Unipoint just lets it rip in the top lane. Just firing up the ulti.
I mean, it was that, his ult combined with his Q, combined with Gang's Q from before. Like, it's just like, we have so much pressure, we don't even need our abilities. They're just throwing them out there. Whatever, we'll push to the next wave. We'll keep taking turret plates. And they have the extra comfort of having Steel in their back pocket, even if, you know, Mojito did try and show up. There we go, this one lands.
Yeah, really nice there. Zergstick so squishy. Gang able to take him out so easily there with the Ignite. Does have to flash away though, but Mojito's here far too late to try and save the support.
Literally fishing.
Yeah.
They are just fishing for Nami under the turret. This one lands, and there you go.
You didn't even need to use the Gale Force. Unicorn picked up nice and early. Ooh, Strikebreaker. Once upon a time that would have been quite the item. Still pretty good, but Arya just gonna pop it there as he continues to wave clear again. These mid laners just happily farming back and forth against each other. Arya's like, my team's winning, this is great. Blue is like, what do I do?
Yeah, I mean, for Steel, oh my god, the last stand.
Just as I said it, the Gale Force all in from Unicorn gets himself almost a solo kill. There's a bit of help there out of Gang as Steel pops his own ulti to fend off the tidal wave, but gets out from under the tower in time.
Oh god, feels bad, man. That is such an easy game plan for Steel right now. It's like hover around my perma-pushing bot lane in the top side and just watch them take turrets and kill people. And as long as I'm there, what can they do on the enemy team? If they try and keep me behind, guess what? Evie's gonna match. If it Crazy tries to do something, if Mojito's trying to make a play, Steel's already there. You're stronger in the 3v3, you're stronger in the 4v4, you're stronger in the 5v5. It just feels doomed. I don't know what play they have because this team is not a great playmaking team on the side of Galatasaray with the champions that they've locked in.
All right, we're trying to take the jungle right now, so at least overloading this top side of the map and giving Mojito that red buff. It is definitely rough. Have to agree with you there, and Udapon is only getting stronger. He's almost got a second item finished, it feels like. Goes back, gets a Beer Sword, a Vamp, and a Cloak there as well for that extra crit. He's taken 8 turret plates this game. Of course, they're not available to take anymore, but he is unbelievably strong at 2-0 and 4. And Evie finally went back and he went, oh boy. Titanic Hydra is the first purchase here from the Circle.
Love it, really strong with the W, all the hits that you get off on it. So nice first pickup there. We'll see if this Rift Herald, yeah, they have to leave it.
Oh yeah, just Steel. Living up to his namesake there, takes it away. I mean, it was always going to be rough there for Galatasaray, but...
Thanks for the leash, bro.
Yep.
Feels bad. I gotta say,
it's kind of the tagline of this game at this point, unfortunately, for the TCL.
Yeah, it's just like, I want to, you know, have an angle, but there's just, when you draft this way and these champions with so much focus on lane priority and things go bad so quickly, you just don't have the tools to turn it around. Even if you scale fine, like, you know, Jace is actually a decent late game champion, even though he is so early game focused. His damage is pretty good, as long as you stay with the curve of the game. Same with Azir. Lucian as well, pretty decent damage with the extra, like, you know, crit scaling and stuff that they add to his ultimate and some of these things, but none of you actually do anything but damage, really? And you're very far behind.
Ari also almost continuing to make Xerxes' life very painful. Almost sold out the Nami, forced out the tidal wave, which was very clutch. Did manage to save himself, but unfortunately the incoming ulti is going to do a little bit of poke, but not enough to do much more. It is the towers that they've taken, though, that are really the big prizes. Balulu just has to try and trade back, gets a little bit of gold in the top lane.
Yeah, that's the best you can do. You know, there's no way you're actually going to contest the push in the mid lane with the Rip Turtle dropping down by DFM, so you grab gold up in the top side, get some more experience, get some CS from there, grab as much as you can, because you can't actually contest them toe-to-toe. And off the back end of that mid push, DFM also grabbing their second dragon.
Yeah, everything just going their way right now. Gold League continuing to tick up. They're up to almost 5k ahead. Aria's working on the first item, but again, not going to be too far away. It is, you know, a small change perhaps in the top lane, but a good one here for Evie. Sticking to his champion comfort, but much more agency, it feels like, in this game on the Urgot.
Yeah, I mean, Evie is looking real good, though he is under a little bit of pressure here.
I'm not worried.
Dive.
This is fine. 1v3, steals in the back pocket.
Yeah.
1v4, this will be fine. Everything's fine. It's not fine. Evie actually shut down by Zergsting, who gets some sweet revenge. Nice pick there for Galatasaray.
Yeah, it felt like DFM might have been in the area to defend that with Steel and Gang near the blue buff, but just too clean by Galatasaray, making that play happen. Getting the 4-on-1 made it just a little rough, and a nice click by Mojito to set that one up, pin him up against the wall. 100-0. Evie could not do much there.
Unfortunately, in a game like this, trades are never made equal, so Arya is going to go ahead and finish off the top tower as the map is just kind of opening up a little bit more. Of course, DFM will hold onto the mid lane bastion, which is a very big sticking point in the mid game, especially when you need to start looking at things like maybe we'll start warding Baron more. We probably have to start contesting for these dragons now because the soul's rolling up. With two towers and such a long mid lane there versus such a short one there for DFM. Going to be tough to punch through here if Udapon continues to defend this tower, which you have to think is going to be a big priority here for Detonation Focus Me, because it just enables so much more space for you.
Yeah, DFM, they have a lot of low commitment pickoff tools. We've kind of already seen that a bunch with how much fishing they can do with the hook and the Zoe bubble. And so when you start posturing around objectives and you know, Galatasaray does not have too many tools to face check, you know, there's going to be a lot of potential kills. The plus side is if DFM gets a little antsy, they get a little frustrated from waiting around, they start the Baron off too soon, you know, you do have a lot of damage, you do have a lot of range, and you can potentially find some pickoffs and force them low. It does feel like a mistake like that will have to be what allows them back into the game. I do like what they've done so far with the trade up in the top side, getting the turret, and then the bot lane play. You know, they are doing what they can, but it's such a hole they have to dig themselves out of currently.
Yeah, Udapon already finished that Bloodthirster, so it is so much power here for the Aphelios if anybody wants to contest, which they don't, because again, Galatasaray at this point are just trying to find trades more than anything else, which, as you said, they are doing a good job of. But DFM, they can walk into the jungle, they can get that vision down. As you mentioned, between the Thresh and Zoe, there is a ton of pick potential, and that is made even better with the power of the Fog of War on your side. And I made a face that you couldn't see, but Mark did. It's because when you're trying to play for objectives and you don't have vision and the enemy has Zoe, it feels miserable to play League of Legends.
Yeah, this is a tough game for trying to contest vision. But luckily, they don't have to quite do it yet. You know, Baron's not up for another minute. And even then, once it shows up, I feel like you can be a little lax through the first couple minutes of Baron spawning. I mean, if DFM really want to rush it down, that's putting them in a dangerous position. But in the meantime, it does mean it's hard to track their map movement. So with that vision control, 4 people show up in the top side, get a nice chunk of damage down onto that top inner turret.
Again, nice setup here for DFM, using the long lanes here. Setting up these pushes, no need to rush. Again, there's no objective to run to. Baron's not up, there's no dragon for a minute and a half. Plenty of time to take vision control here. If anyone is walking, you know, the silly way through, you'll very easily find a kill here. Even Balulu is not particularly safe if Arya roams back around. Zergsting also looks a little fragile, but Udapon's going to get the tower and get away with it. Balulu shuffles in but doesn't commit the ulti, and here comes Arya. Looking for the bubble, doesn't connect, and now Gang may be caught out, but DFM have enough disengage here to be able to walk away, but Mojito finds a very nice Q, but is not going to take it. It's Detonation Focus, we still having to run away. Gang again eats the Q, but the box is real nice there out of the Thresh, and that's going to disengage the fight finally.
Good job by Gang, forcing the flash out of Mojito. Mojito, you could see, like you said, was hunting for that insect, wanting to find an angle. It is tough against Thresh, you have to wait out the flay, wait out all these things, and he got a little over-eager and chasing down. The hook was flying right at his face, and once you force the flash defensively, suddenly the insect threat drops completely, and a good call by Galatasaray at that point to call off the chase down. And it was a decent look by them, getting a little bit of chip damage down while DFM finished off that turret.
Alright, we'll see what this next fight looks like though, because I imagine Detonation Focus Me are going to try and force the enemy to fight them here around this next dragon in 15 seconds. It is the Mountain Dragon, it is of course the Mountain Soul, and they're going to be on track for a pretty quick one here if they take this third.
And I feel like for Galatasaray, you sack this one. I like the trades they've been doing so far. You probably can't grab mid lane. It's the only outer turret left, and just with the proximity of the dragon, won't really be an option, so you're probably just going to be taking farm where you can. They are getting some vision down on Baron, but that feels like a risky trade to attempt. And in the meantime, you're just looking to scale up and get some more gold until it actually is that soul point.
Yeah, good point there to just stick to the plan. You've already been trading, no need to deviate right now. Steel, of course, knowing this, has plenty of free time to just casually take the dragon away. Might take a while, it does have a smite ready in charge, so doesn't need to rush. There's nothing happening here. Steel's just going to admire the scenery, take down the dragon.
This is the problem for when you don't have enough threat of anything else for trading. You know, like DFM says, oh, you're not contesting, which again, we were just saying they shouldn't do. Well, then they can just leave one person to do it and actually contest that push that they were trying to get up on the top side. So Galatasaray not getting anything, but Mojito deep.
Big angle. Ooh, TP is very spicy. Unipon going to be the target, with the blast cones there going to save him. Now Gang in trouble. Evi though is going to reinforce, and now Crazy's completely caught out of position. Flashes over the other side. Steel pops the ulti as he runs into the potential 1v4. Arya very low, but Gang's going to finish up Crazy. Arya's going to live through it all. Mojito is trying to get in there, but he's not able to get it just yet. Balulu, though, finds two with the spin through, but Unipon's still not dead, and that means the rest of the enemies are make it 3 already. 4, in fact, Xerxes the only one left alive, and the ace is on the table and delivered to the enemy AD carriers. Detonation Focus Me are going to find Fine and the Baron.
Really nice reaction by DFM there. It was a nice flank by Mojito trying to pick off Unipon, but the rest of the team instantly react to it. You have TPs coming in from Evi, trying to make sure that he gets out alive. Gang a good job doing his peeling duty as the Thresh, and they ace Galatasaray for 0 kills. And the Baron on the back end too.
Which feels pretty good. We'll see what the Red Bull Baron power play looks like as we watch the replay.
So I like this attempt. You know, the kick starts well, get the QRQ combo knocked through, but the Namial was a little slow. If they potentially could have got that knockup before the blast cone came through and Crazy's TP completes, maybe you can 100 to 0 Unipon. But once that kill doesn't come through, it's a bit of a disaster. There was a good job by Alive chunking out Steel, but it's just too scattered at this point. Crazy also maybe finding the kill on Arya, but because everything was just a little off and they didn't find that first kill, it allowed DFM to all kind of regroup and get in the same side. But Lulu's shuffle is too little too late, and a really nice job by DFM just winning a bunch of these little skirmishes and micro situations.
Yeah, that was a ton of like kind of picks within picks throughout that few. Like the Zoe bubble was aimed at the Azir, and missed but hit the Lee Sin, and then the Thresh Q that did hit the Azir. Oh no, Balulu.
Yeah, feels bad, man. I mean, it's tough too because, like you said, they finished their day today. So if you go on a little bit of mental tilt from this game, you have to find a way to recover yourself for later in the day. And just taking a look at the group as a whole, coming off the back of this game, assuming it's a DFM win from here, like it's all up in the air. DFM looked disastrous against, you know, C9 in that first game, but then, you know, they win against UOL. They potentially win again here. We don't know where Beyond's power level is at exactly, given that they had the sub yesterday and the loss to Galatasaray. This whole group feels pretty up in the air still in some ways about where their actual level is. And it makes it a little scary to project into the knockout stage for a lot of these teams and who they're going to be going up against. Because DFM, if this is the DFM you're playing against, is a lot scarier than the one that we saw against C9.
Yeah, I don't think I want to play against this this particular iteration. They are on fire right now. Every little thing is stitching together nicely. Unipon didn't even have to use a summoner spell in that exchange en route to the ace. So, feeling pretty good there, working on the Infinity Edge, which isn't too far away. Neither is the Mountain Soul, which will be up in 2 minutes, but for now it is still this Baron play that Detonation Focus Me are trying to capitalize on. And Mojito is off on the flank once again, but Gang's already shut that down. The hook into the bubble, into the deadly sin, and the flash will not save you. Steel finds that kill.
Good fundamentals by DFM there. Find the threat, find the flanking Lee Sin, make sure he can't possibly get an insec off, go kill him, and then go back to that siege so your Aphelios feels totally safe. I'm sure this turret will drop in the inhibitor soon to follow. It's really hard for Galatasaray to do anything to contest this.
And they will not. They will instead lose one, and now an inhibitor to go with it. Thankfully, there are no other waves pushing, but that might not be the game plan. Detonation Focus Me
just end it.
Aiming down the towers instead as Unipon takes the lantern out from under Xerxes' bubble. And okay, we're done here.
Are they though?
I don't know.
Are they though?
Maybe not.
Mojito's respawning. Maybe there's an attempt to punish them on the way out. No. Not going to be the case. A nice 4,000 gold Baron buff power play.
I'm very scared for you. Thankfully, the enemy team is recalling. Oh, Udapon actually taking the red buff and going away. Zergsting not going to face check. Udapon is going to get away with this.
So funnily enough, the Baron buff timed out. So everyone else got an empowered recall off. He didn't. That was a blue trinket a little bit late. If Galatasaray got that blue trinket off a little bit more, that would have been a funny timing window where he gets the 8-second recall instead and gets punished and killed. Doesn't end up working out, you know, game of inches sometimes, and DFM gets their reset off for this final Soul Point Dragon.
Yeah, instead, off the back of that, it's Infinity Edge and Stopwatch now finished for Udapon. So if he wasn't a problem before, which he was, he's now an absolutely massive thorn in the sides of Galatasaray, who are just trying to keep themselves in this game. Balulu finally finishes his new hack, does have a death cap up and available, but it does feel too little too late, down almost 10,000 gold on the verge of losing the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, I mean, at least you got 2-item power spikes on your AD carry and mid laner here, as well as top completing the transformations, so... or excuse me, that's just Cirillus. So the blue pointy arrows going one way and then going the other is the only way to like really differentiate them. Kills me. I hate it.
All right, well, Mojitos looking for the steal. This is a very clutch one to try and grab it. Gang again already running interference. Puts up the box completely. Box is leasing out of that play, and Steel's going to smite the dragon away. Alive is trying to make it happen, but he's not going to get it. Zergsting instead going to be the target. Zinza ulti lets it rip Mojito low and down and out. It's Udapon with the ulti on a rampage. Takes down one already, make it a third. There is Steel grabs one. Arya makes it two. Alive's now going to be the fourth kill as they're on for the ace once again as Arya and Balulu are doing battle for what feels like the final time this game because Evie has had enough. Get him off now, get him on Urgot, and he's going to end the game.
A clean 27.5 minute snowball by DFM off of a bot lane play. They go bounce back after day one, picking up a win here and keeping their hopes alive in this group.
And you know, we talked about it, Aphelios Thresh, not as poppy now as it once was, but you can see why they went for it. Udapon looking so comfortable on that champion, and they had the game plan ready to go. Evie had the TP, and they punished the 2v2 greed of Galatasaray.
It's just really good understanding of how they were going to win this game, knowing that bot lane was going to be the easiest thing for them to contest, the early path going down there to help stabilize the TP usage, being aware of Evie saying, okay, Jace TP top, I have a window in the bot lane if we force a fight, taking a 3v3 that's really a 3v4, and after they win that one so hard, they were so clean. There was never a moment it really felt like Galatasaray got their foot, you know, stabilized, that they felt like they were back in the game.
And you said it, like, you know, kind of early into the game, it's tough to have to say it, but like, what do you do? And unfortunately, the answer was not very much because the game is firmly in the hands of a team that knows not to throw it away. And Evie, I was reminded why he's such a fun player to watch at Worlds. It isn't just, you know, how good he is, how proficient he is on his champions. It's the out-of-game stuff. It's all the intangibles for me. He's like cheering and smiling as they leave. He's giving them thumbs up. He's, you know, smiling, sipping his water as he solo kills people. It's a good time.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great game by them. And I think it was Emily yesterday talking about, like, it's hard to debate who's, like, the best player from Japan all time, you know? And is it Evie? Is it Udapon? You know, both guys had a pretty good game to stamp on their resume after that one. Both of them popped off.
Yeah, and again, this is a team that has been here many, many times, right? A region that has only gotten stronger as they've attended more international events. This team especially has attended almost all of them, so they've definitely been powering up on the international stage, and they're all reason why we thought, hey, this group looks very close. Detonation Focus me feel like a very big threat in this group, and it kind of felt deflated after day one, where it's like they just got absolutely demolished, and now, like win yesterday, this bounce back game completely dominating Galatasaray from once they got a hold of the game, and all of a sudden, as you said, groups up in the air.
It's best of ones. It's easy to overreact. Yep. Oh my god, they look terrible. Oh my god, they almost perfect games, you know, and maybe the truth lies somewhere in the middle, but, you know, the days are starting to come to a close. It's getting into the final couple games for a lot of these teams.
And 2-1 now for Detonation Focus Me has to feel good, but we are going to throw ourselves over to a break, but don't go too far away. There's plenty more worlds where that came from.
Make or break. Make it yours.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta burn
or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021 in the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's Det FM who comes out with a victory here. And Kaizen, I've got not much to say except for they have arrived. This is the team that we were hearing about when people were talking about how they have the opportunity and the ability to top this group.
One might even say they finally detonated, and I love to see it personally. I think what is most encouraging about this game is the fact that from start to finish, even starting in draft, they left themselves with a lot of options, whereas it felt like for Galatasaray, they chose to go all in on the early game. I think Detonation realized that, A, if we just outlast them early game, we're going to be fine because we have a comp with more defensive abilities and more utility. And B, if we know that they're going to be aggressive early, then we need to focus on getting the jump first by picking where we're going to fight on the map. And that's what they did by sending the Xin bot early. So I really like this. This is really intelligent and measured play from Detonation FM.
It wasn't only just sending the Sin down towards the bottom lane, it was Ebby finally being on the map and actually being able to play. Like, he wasn't just completely dove in the beginning, he was able to have this TP to actually come down and help their bottom lane. So not only, as Kaizen said, this Detonation focused me, picked the battleground by sending their jungler down there, they realistically speaking put the whole team down towards the bottom lane.
Right, it was Emily yesterday who had high praise for Evie, and it feels like he lived up to a bit of that today, making every second count thanks to the reliable Cisco network with a quick TP to the bot lane 6 minutes in, recognizing the TP advantage that the team has and using it to turn the tides of a bot lane skirmish.
Definitely, and I think you can definitely see the overextension in the beginning by Galatasaray in the beginning, and once again, Ebby with that TP advantage is able to come in from behind. As soon as this is the situation you're left in as Galatasaray, there's nothing for you to do, and the highlight is just Ebby finding the flash on Mojito as well at the same time with that flash prediction. I mean, come on, this is finally the Exodia pieces that Emily was talking about yesterday, the LGL casters as well, that's probably sitting out there finally happy about the progression they're seeing in the team.
Yeah, you gotta love it. And Kaizen, I think this is gonna make a lot of other teams think. Again, the victory here, in my opinion, really blowing this group wide open. While most people were beginning to focus on Cloud9 and Galatasaray, Det FM is back in the conversation.
Absolutely, and I think a big part of it is, as Goldberg has been saying, is Evie's performance, and also the fact that he's been given tools to be able to carry and influence the map. We saw him on a lot of Gnar and Gnar blind pick, and although that might have been working domestically, it just wasn't working at Worlds. So I'm glad to see that Detonation decided to pivot off of that. And then we see once they have an advantage, they're really well coordinated as a team, and they know how to abuse it. This is a beautiful sequence here where they really abuse the fact that they have a vision advantage in the north side of the red jungle to just completely pick out Galatasaray and then cement the game. So at this point, Mark covered this pretty well in the cast. They had a comp that was just going to outscale in terms of the amount of options that they had, so it was just a matter of closing things out smoothly.
Definitely, and it also leaves some questions about Galatasaray leading into games later against Cloud9. What do you do all of a sudden when you're not allowed to play this solo lane menace that you want to do? What are you going to do when you can't have your own slow, methodical style where your solo laners have this advantage that we've known them to have? Like, you can look at the goal graph this time around. It wasn't Galatasaray in a position where they're able to take over the leads, and part of reason for that was that Detonation Focus Me was so good at getting a TP advantage as one of these solo lanes and then using this advantage proactively on the map.
Right, and while they had the assurances that they could continue to outscale if the game prolonged, honestly, slow and steady wins the race wasn't even necessary in a sense, because they still wrapped it up in under 30 minutes. So a great showing out of Detonation Focus Me. One other player I do want to call out, Kaizen, is Gang, because the Thresh performance was phenomenal and definitely key to victory, but it's also important to highlight that this was the piece that was missing back at MSI with the coach instead in that support position. So finally getting an opportunity to see the full-powered roster here on an international stage.
And it feels good to see. I mean, can you imagine as a team going from playing with your coach in your support position to a guy as good as Gang? And I think we saw immediately, pretty much from laning phase, the amount of transformational pressure that he's able to put on bot lane. And then over the course of the rest of the game, he's constantly a threat to pick someone out. So I think Gang has been performing really well.
Well, things are heating up here in Group B, but we have to head to a quick break. When we come back, it's Beyond Gaming and Unicorns of Love taking to the stage.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk for game number 7 of the day. This is a big one because both teams here, Unicorns of Love and Beyond, enter at 0-2. So really, Kaizen, the stakes here are high, as we've talked about before, with teams that are winless still, as it's only a single round robin, and you've got to make sure you pick up 1 or 2 to push yourself to the next stage.
Absolutely, and if you lose this game, you started ceding the fate of your world run to the gods, right? It's not within your control anymore. And what I would like to see from both of these teams is them to sort of just reset back to basics, play your style. With UOL, it needs to be around playing around no man's. Obviously he's going to get focused in draft with the casket bands and things like this, but there should be other picks that allow him to have agency. We've seen a lot of Silas, Aurelia's occasionally up, and that could be a good pick for him. And then on the side of Beyond, it's back to doggo duty. It's about getting this guy online as quickly as possible.
It's interesting, really, between these two teams, because I feel like at this point there's 2 different styles that sets on between them. When I look at Beyond, I'm looking at Doggo. When we've mentioned Doggo a lot, I'm sure all you guys already know out there that it's Doggo for this team. But that
Wait, who is it?
Doggo.
Oh, okay.
It was Doggo.
I got it.
Good.
Doggo what?
Shut up. All right, because at this site now, for Beyond Gaming, I'm lacking the solo laners. Like, we're talking about Nomads, we can talk about Boss and Unicorns of Love. They have shown up, but I'm lacking the solo lane presence coming through from Liang. We were so close to see it in the game against Cloud9, with Liang finally showing up on Lilia, with Mao and with the Yone in the mid lane as well, almost having these pop-up performances, but it's just lacking. But the thing is, on the other side of the coin, with Unicorns of Love, it's the bot lane that we're missing, right? It's Argonov that's not really showing up. So we have these 2 different stylistic in terms of like who's performing right now on the team. And I think both teams so far haven't had a full unit show up and really display that team play.
Well, a massive contrast in that way, but I guess then, Kaizen, it does really come down to the idea of which of these teams' current weaknesses is going to shore up and actually show up here on the Rift in this one.
Yeah, and I think it's more Beyond. I think Beyond, they had some individual issues, and I think drafting the Graves early, I think kind of put them in a weird spot where they needed to flex the Lilia top, and I didn't love that. And even for Liang, I hear what Goldberg is saying in terms of he needs to step up, but I think when we look at the situation he was in, where he was playing Lilia into Malphite, and he kind of had lane priority, and then his jungler took a fight, and they weren't on the same page. These are very fixable mistakes that you can resolve in the hour that they've had to review the footage. So I'm less worried about Beyond, and I'm more worried about the ability for UOL to be able to play through lanes other than mid.
All right, well, it's another all-important matchup here in Group B between Beyond Gaming and Unicorns of Love. We're going to hand it right back over to Pastry Time and Mark Z for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. We have the Bagel Boys here, Mark. It is the 0-4 club down here right now in Group B, but thankfully fortunes will change here in this match.
He got some mean nicknames, the Bagel Club. Oh, brutal. Yeah, it's a tough spot for both these teams to be in. It feels like their backs are against the wall here. I'm pretty sure this is not an elimination game with how head-to-heads work in the round-robin portion here. So your hopes are always alive that you can then meet them again at 1 and 3 and get a tiebreaker, but it is still a really tough position to be in, especially, I think, for the side of Beyond, coming off of a loss that was pretty rough against C9, whereas at least UOL, this is their first game of the day. They're a little bit more, hopefully, settled and prepared, and they also had the ability to watch Beyond earlier in the day.
Yeah, and again, it's tough in this very condensed format, right? Because on the one hand, gauging team strength is pretty tricky because with the obvious outliers, as you kind of said, like, teams will typically meet in the middle as far as their strength goes, right? Because you're just going to have good games or bad games sometimes. It's very hard to be super good all the time unless, maybe LG, who are obviously looking pretty good over in Group A. And you do have time to, between days to kind of adapt and think and study your opponents a bit more and practice a bit more, but you don't have very much time to implement those adjustments, right? It's not like you have a week to practice on something and really figure it out. So definitely you have to do a lot of work in a very short space of time, but if there's ever a time to start that work, it is certainly now here as the draft is underway. Cassid and Camille Aurelia banned away by Beyond, and it is Ophelio, Solution, and Rise banned away as Xin Zhao, interestingly. It's going to be the first pick here. who shot wanting that jungle at nice and early.
Yeah, Xin, priority, interesting to see. Haven't seen it out of an Anasik yet, but maybe just something that Husha wants, wants something a little bit more stable, a bit more normal in the meta after the Graves in the previous game. Xin is a very powerful pick, so no surprise to see it there, but it does, as I was about to say, leave up the MF, which is seemingly the highest priority, or one of the highest priority champions.
Yeah, I think she's one of the few 100% presence champions so far in Worlds. Obviously, not a huge sample size, but we're starting to get through a pretty decent number of games. 8 games a day gives you a pretty high sample size, even though, you're not ultimately playing that many games over the course of an entire tournament. But MF has definitely been a staple, is going to be picked up here, and there's Lee Sin, looks like nice and cozy there for Ananasik.
Yep, there you go. That is one of his signature champions, Lee Sin, great playmaker. So in for a treat potentially here, and on the point about the AD carry and stuff, this is a lot of Doggo focus with the double bans as well as the MF takeaway. The Ezreal is still up, and Doggo's Ezreal is clean. Do not get me wrong, but I feel like it's sometimes hard to make things happen around the Ezreal. A lot of the times you're then sending your support out to go do other things.
Right.
And, for such a key factor in Beyond success to kind of be on weak side Q farm duty potentially is a little tough. Even if later in the game there's a ton of carry potential. I mean, we saw Deft hard carry some games on it as well.
I mean, even in the last game, right, Sven? Looking pretty comfy on it.
True.
Definitely his role in the early game, though, was to, don't die and let Vulcan roam. So I'm imagining Kino here in the Rakan is going to be similarly unlocked, which is good. It's just, can you survive the elongated 2v1 potentially?
Well, I was just thinking, too, I wonder if Kino after the last game was like, give me a champion with some self-peel. I need to be able
I need mobility.
Yeah, I played a Mumu, and they just hard targeted me. I played Gray Screen Simulator last game. I want to not do that.
And also, Silas is making another appearance there for No Man's. It's been a pretty popular pick so far. See how No Man's looks on it. Of course, we know how critical he is to the UOL success in general. Definitely a veteran of the international and definitely the playing stage. UOL have been here a number of times, one of the most experienced teams, and No Man's no exception here. In fact, this whole top side really has been a staple of Unicorns of Love for a long time now. But unfortunately, no Mumu to kind of get away with one there with the Silas, but still some decent ults to steal. Silas often is not, denied of targets. There's almost always one or two ultis.
Yeah, Rakan, great for helping you get some in there and a little bit of extra CC and all this stuff. So we'll see if they are able to grab a couple more good ones. And taking it blind, strong enough in the current meta, you can probably get away with it. And plus, you can target ban some of those counter picks that you don't want to play against. Like last game, we saw Mauen play the Yone, so this is one of those data points that I was saying it's good to be able to get before you have to play against them. You say, okay, well, the Silas looked really good into them. We'll take Silas, and we'll ban the thing that they played into it.
Yeah, I like the Yone, but as you said, won't be available here. As Amumu actually banned away, wanting to respect giving Amumu MF over. That has been the most typical combination. Even though, again, Amumu is, sorry to report, 0-4.
I knew you were going to bring it up. I was like, am I going to bring it up? Are you going to bring it up? We were looking at each other like, who wants to
deliver those
Dude, he's a sad boy, and he's like, I'm finally back on the international stage. I'm finally relevant again. Talk about Bagel Club. Put Mumu in that Bagel Club, too.
Yeah, he's the president right now.
He's the leader of the Bagel Club.
Yeah, every Tuesday hands out free ones.
Eating those zeros. Oh, Lord.
Ari as well banned away. Definitely a No Man's champ, but one that basically every mid laner is comfortable with. And I think in this kind of game, especially peeling away a comfort pick isn't too bad. Galio also getting banned away as a potential support option there for Santas. But the pick is Nautilus by the looks of things. Do need to lock down the Rakan. Leona also an option, but I think either of these would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it helps with your pushing power too. I mean, if you can Riptide the wave, land an E on it with the MF, I mean, you can get some push pretty quickly. The Jax blind would be surprising.
Spicy. I'm here for it. We'll see if he does want to lock it in here. Leong has played a pretty wide spread of champions so far here in playing, but it is Syndra instead there locked in. Still have opportunity for Jax blind, don't worry. But Leon maybe wants something a little more stable.
Yeah, I would probably not want to see it right out the gate. It feels like a pretty big call out. Jace as well, though, similarly trying to play a pretty aggressive style. And I think, that is kind of the identity that Leon brings through Summer Split. 6 games Camille, 4 games Gwen, 4 games Jace. A lot of aggressive champions, a lot of carry focus. And just a little bit safer of an option than the Jax. But it helps, give you a power point on the map. The Syndra as well gives you a very strong top side, decent damage spread as well between those two solo laners. So we'll have to see what boss can break out to match this.
I think when you're drafting Ezreal, you definitely need power in your solo lane. So I do like that Beyond's approach to this in general. Last pick though for Unicorns of Love is Wukong. Going to be the counter pick there into Jace. Definitely not a fun time in the early levels, which is basically true of any Jace matchup, but once you get things going, once you hit level 6, can be a bad time there for Jace.
I mean, anyone who watched the LCS during the remote broadcast should know how much of a Wukong fan that I am. I took every opportunity I could to replace my face cam with a picture of Wukong. So I'm stoked to see Boss break it out. I think the champ is so good into Jace, despite some of the nerfs that come in since the height of his power. And, we're talking about the power point that Leon's going to bring with the Jace. That's, like you said, true for a couple levels, and then suddenly Anonymous is going to have a great lane to try and make plays through it. It's a very easy setup. The Silas as well can potentially roam up there, and that's a potential place that they can go to, given that they have that, it's kind of tough probably to make plays against the Ezreal on the bot side.
Yeah, in general, it feels like this is going to be a top side game for both these teams. Unicorns of Love almost always wants to enable Nomans, although Nomans' job might be enable his top lane in this particular game. Silas typically most happy when he's in the river. Haven't seen the full commitment yet to the River Silas, but the more times you can get out of lane, the better. Actually, I guess Perk's joked about it. Said he played River Silas in their first game.
Yeah, I think No Man's is someone who I want to see step up a little bit. Like you said about how familiar some of these names are to us, he has been a staple of play-ins and minor regions and one of the best mid laners, but not super impressive so far during this play-ins. Their first game where he was the Orianna, I think that was the first one, but the Orianna game where he was really greedy with his flash, he was dying to just not respecting his opponents and getting caught in side lanes and stuff. It was a bit of a problem, and something that I think UL has struggled with a little bit even domestically when the playoffs came around and they were struggling through the entire bracket, taking a lot of 5-game series, was just getting caught out in map situations and not respecting where the enemy could be or if teleports were up and stuff. And I think that's what they need to clean up the most in helping No Man's get unlocked to make his own plays.
Yeah, and definitely have to be careful here because you have not only a Syndra and a Xin Zhao to maybe contend with, but very likely if things are going well, Kino is going to be in your lane sometimes as well. So gonna have to be respectful there on the Silas. We'll see what happens as both teams have charged out at level 1. But unfortunately not met anything there. Unicorns of Love were trying something on the top side, but I believe Liang spotted what's going on, got the ward down into the top lane. So everything just dissipates, but a good try. Always love to see the teams go for level 1, especially when you have something as straightforward as a Nautilus. Silas also excellent at level 1 as well. So we're keeping it simple here for Unicorns of Love, but not overcommitting, of course.
And I feel like the thing I'll want to see is exactly what Husha can do in the early game with the should-be pressure in both solo lanes to start out. This is the case in the last game against C9, and he got caught out of position on a Krug invade. And so I don't want him to lose that aggressive mindset. I feel like that's sometimes people overcorrect, and they don't go for what their comp should be doing in the early game. And I hope to see him still making those kinds of plays, just coordinating a little bit better around those solo lanes.
Well, No Man's big chillin' right now. Doesn't want to face check the Syndra, makes sense. Not much for you to do, range versus melee. So might as well sit around, wait for the minions to get a bit weaker. 2v2 here should be interesting. Definitely have to tip the hat to Unicorns of Love.
Ooh, it's the ruined MF.
Ooh,
lore.
So fancy. Also have Exhaust and Ignite there in the bottom side. Kind of down for the Exhaust here for MF, because again, like, so much of her problem is when people jump on top of her, so a little bit easier for you to deflect people if Jace or Xin Zhao perhaps they're getting on top of you, and also just good in, like, even in a 2v2, if you're looking to chase somebody down, shoot them in the back, double them up.
It is interesting. I'm trying to wrap my head around it a little bit because there's not that much dive on the side of Beyond Gaming. You have Xin, who's probably realistically, Ezreal's going to be hitting you from afar. Jace Shock Blast. Syndra's a pretty low commitment champion to get a burst out. So how often are you going to be really in range? Because my concern is being at half health and then insta-killed, not 100 to 0, which is where the exhaust would make the most sense. So a little unsure of how I feel about that when I want to see it play out a little bit more, but not loving it as my initial impression. And like you said, topside, the Wukong counter pick takes a little bit to turn on. It's definitely not like I'm going to turbo stomp you in lane. It is, I get pushed in the first couple of levels, but my passive enables me to eventually, when I hit 3, be able to start trading against you, even the lane out a little bit. And then at 6, I get kill threat once I unlock my ultimate. And I also give you really good playing making around me. So if you have TFs or Lee Sins and things and Silases that can get out of lane and come topside, you suddenly have someone who you can pick on quite hard.
Lovely little stun there from Syndra in the mid lane, but looks like Husha was just protecting the Syndra in case somebody wanted to come visit. That would of course be Ananastic, as we do have a little dial in here from the Verizon 5G All Chat. From oh, what's our duo name?
I'll be honest, I'm not a very good name, like creative nickname person. That my name is Mark Z. It's my goddamn name. Yeah. I'm not the one to answer that question. Sorry, friend.
All right, you know what? I'll have a think on it here. It looks like trouble in bottom side here for Misfortune, getting ignited, but is not dead. Gonna be all right there, but looking a little tricksy. Nice in the 2v1.
Yeah, nice though to get that chunk out early on. I mean, we talked about being weak side for Doggo and Kino, but I mean, if you're able to do that, start getting priority in the lane, you can actually force a couple plays. The MF is immobile. She does have the exhaust, so maybe it'll make it more difficult, but sometimes I think I'd rather have the heal to dodge Syndra skill shots and stuff. So we'll have to see.
I can only imagine how angry Kino is after, the Amumu game we had to endure beating after beating from Cloud9, as Ananasik did successfully steal the large Raptor, and will not be punished for it. Just walks away there with a little bit of coverage out of Nomads. Topside Boss getting smacked around. Conqueror, Proc, and Liang feeling good in the extended trade, so Boss will not recommit.
Yep. Gonna drop off there. Looks like he wants to get a couple wards out. I mean, luckily they just saw the Lee Sin, but... excuse me, they just saw the Xin punishing the Lee Sin, so he knows that the dive's not coming in quite yet, but that is still something you have to be concerned of. Instead, Husha looking to the bot side to punish.
Misfortune looking like a decent target. Exhauster up and available. Who is it going to be? Kino dives in, and that is going to be Misfortune flashing to her death. It's first blood for Doggo. Love to see it there for Beyond, as tower shot does happen, and now the redive is indeed coming through. Husha low. The heal, though, is going to save him. Doggo trying to tank it up, and it looks a little bit disastrous. As one will fall under the tower, and that execution is not even a real kill. So now it's Nomads trying to get them on the board here, as Doggo is going to be the target, but Kino running interference. Husha flashing, Kino out of there, and they've done it Beyond Gaming. 1-0, don't forget anything else that happened. Don't worry about it.
Close your eyes, look at the scoreboard. Clean bot dive from Beyond there. Oh boy, a lot of things to break down there. Not saying that the heal would have made the difference, but one of the things that Exhaust doesn't help a ton with is, okay, guy goes in and grabs turn aggro, I exhaust him, great, makes it a little bit harder for him to get out maybe, but there's 3 other targets hitting me, and Exhaust doesn't do anything to those people. So you still see Argonaut getting dropped there. The redive, Santos did a good job, nice footwork work, also had his shield, as you'll see here. Husha starts this one off, goes in right away, and then the exhaust goes right down on top of him. It's actually Kino who grabbed turret aggro first. Good job of juggling that to get the initial kill and stay healthy enough for the redive. All things considered, the initial phase of this dive went very well. It's only on the redive that things get a little loosey-goosey, where here it's really on Moan to finish this kill off. Everyone else is kind of low. Maybe Kino could have stayed in a little bit more, but misses the Q. The auto attacks aren't enough to break the shield. The extra shield from Anonasik coming in, making sure Santos stays alive. The only problem is no one tagged him. So, needed an E there from Anonasik or something. I don't know if he just assumed someone else already tagged him, or I'm not quite sure, but was happy to just get the shield off. And so what could have been a nice turnaround for UOL actually doesn't give them any gold.
Yeah, actually.
And because the roam happened as well from Nomads, you don't even get like necessarily a CS lead, or you get some turret plates in mid lane or anything.
Yeah, instead it's 1 kill and actually a very big early lead. 1,200 gold is a lot at 7 minutes in the game, and that is the current lead that Beyond have.
Yeah, and it's also the CS lead in the top side that the Jace is just naturally going to accrue through the laning phase. The fact that the junglers have been seen for so long, and there's been so much action on the bot side, is actually great for the Jace to just keep that push up. Like we said, it takes a little bit for that threat to come in, and now that there's so many cooldowns kind of burn, the Jace doesn't, the Lee Sin doesn't have his flash and stuff. It makes the Jace feel a little safer, even though he's not really involved in any of these plays going down.
Alrighty, well, see how it develops, but they apparently did not like our suggestion of playing the weak side 2v2. Doggo and Kino are all in on getting aggressive here in this lane, which I'm very happy about. Doggo playing up nice and far forward. Definitely the lesser seen mode of Ezreal, but still one you can play if you have initiative in the lane.
Yeah, I feel like this is how you should play League, is you have to be adaptable to what's happening in the game. And Jace is totally happy with extended, uninteractive laning phases where he just gets CS lead. So if your bot lane is forcing summoners on their own and setting up dives, like, great. Flip that a little bit. As long as you can protect Liang from the dives and you just let him get the push when he can, like, you're fine snowballing Doggo, who, by the way, like we said, the carry for Beyond Gaming over the course of their season.
Alright, well, Ananasik is spotted. Nice little vision ward there. Or control ward, I should say. Spotting that Lee Sin, so that will delay any potential dive. Looks like Moan's going to go ahead and clean up this blue buff. Does get donated over. No steal incoming, as Unicorns of Love are actually sending almost everyone here to the top side of the map. Perhaps it's Rift Herald time. Indeed it is. Ananasik going to go ahead and start that up.
See if Beyond want to contest. They have basically everyone, and Ezreal's making his way up. We'll see if he can make it there in time.
Young here as well can maybe get some poke happening over the wall. Only tags boss. And they're actually trying to pick off the level 6 MF here. That's a pretty good target. Great stun there out of the Syndra. Ulti happens. Exhaust is good, but it's not enough as Husha gets the kill anyway. And now actually the Herald, maybe still something they can take here. Ananasik does have smite, but this Herald's not that low. They tag the eye for the second time, and somehow Husha steals it. It's an absolute tragedy right now for Unicorns of Love as Ananasik is going to pay the extra price going down as well.
It's a disaster so far. They leashed the Rift Herald for Beyond Gaming. Argonaut gets picked off in the rotation over there. The Exhaust looking good for a second there, keeping it alive in the 1v1, but again, the problem is this is not a 1v1 game, and you have Husha realizing, hey, I have a target here I can finish before retargeting onto the Rift Herald, and so, this Exhaust starting to look a little sussy baka to me.
Yeah, it's one thing to get caught in transition like that. I mean, that's just not a place that MF can stand, and unfortunately stood in the wrong place and got killed for it, but losing the Rift Herald on top of that's a real punishment, because at least if 2 people are peeled up to kill your AD, surely you get the Rift Herald, Mark C. Instead, it is the worst of both worlds, which you hate to see here is, again, Exhaust only chasing safety for a little bit
now,
here.
Am I picking on the Exhaust a little bit? Maybe. Like, does heal save you there without your flash? Maybe not still.
Yeah.
But, it is a tough position, just not having any vision in the river to know if you're safe to rotate over. And I don't even know if I feel confident blaming Argonaut just for that, because it could be the rest of UOL being like, hey, come over here. And it's like, well, I'm MF. I need to be behind my front line to shoot bullet time. And so he's trying to get up there to support his team in that play without having proper vision control set up. And so he doesn't know what he's walking through. You probably could have known that Syndra isn't seen elsewhere. She's a mid laner, probably in the river somewhere, but it's tough when you have so many of these things you're trying to juggle, and so Argonaut gets picked off, and then the 4-man doesn't complete their job of getting the Rift Herald. And like you said, with the CS leads that are already going on, the Rift Herald now in their pocket, Beyond Gaming is looking like they are in a very strong position.
Yeah, this lead's absurd actually. 10.5 minutes through and they're 3,000 gold ahead, and that is probably not getting any better. I mean, there's not even that many plates being taken. It's actually only 2. 0 in mid and 1 apiece in top and bot. So there is a ton of extra gold to cash in for with this Rift Herald that Husha stole away. There is the continued CS leads that they can build. There is maybe more pressure that can be applied as Husha is actually going for the maximum here, trying to gank boss here alongside Leong. Ananasik is in the area, so it will be a 2v2 if it develops. But if this goes bad for Unicorns of Love, this gold lead is just going to spiral completely out of control.
Yeah, I kind of like this read by Husha, even though they haven't done it yet. I think that was more of a counter gank opportunity than trying to make his own play. Plus, he has the Rift Herald up there. So they were trying to bait that. Doesn't quite work around. And then they spot Lee on that pink ward, so they knew he was up there. Starting to get a little prolonged with this play. Either you got to get the push so you can get the Rift Herald off, or you got to go somewhere else at this point.
Kino actually feinting to the top side should give you the room you need to push this in. Leonlo just has to kind of hit the minions a little bit harder. He didn't have a farm there, hammering away, but he's going to finally get it up. Husha's going to reveal himself, and Kino's actually going to take the recall, which I do like, although Surveillance System is not going to spot Silas roaming up to the top side, but looks like a ward spotted him instead, so they're going to have to back away here after taking a decent chunk of plates off. So not the whole tower that they might have wanted with Kino being up there, but good enough, I think, for the first Rift Herald.
The nice thing is, too, with all that pressure that you're putting down the top side, is you're getting a 1v1 for Doggo in the bot lane, and so I just saw him on the minimap shift forward aggressively onto Argonaut there, gets a good trade. Argonaut tries to answer back with the ultimate, but I have a much shorter cooldown on my E than you have on your bullet time, and I expect Doggo to keep trying to make these kinds of plays, though. Dragon is now the focus.
Yeah, typically, Ezreal, not that hot in a 1v1. MF is actually pretty good in any sort of 80 carry duel. The difference being that you're 30 CS behind and the enemy has Divine Sunder finished already, which doesn't really matter what's happening there. I swear to God, if Doggo had stolen that dragon.
Oh God, not so you just throw his keyboard out the window. What's the point? For the flip side, Beyond just says we don't really care about you getting a Mountain Dragon when our Jace is snowballing up 30 CS, like you already said about the bot lane, same situation. I think it's the right decision. If you all want to commit the resources to grab a Mountain Dragon, go for it. We'll keep the gold lead.
Santa's actually trying to freeze that wave in the face of Doggo is pretty bold, but looks like he's getting away with it for now, although eating a little bit of poke, and I think that wave has finally made its way to the turret. Indeed it has. Husha also busy clearing out this vision here, making sure they can retake all these different areas and have all the mobility for their Syndra. Moan's actually been pretty active so far, and they do want to try and lean down here for Doggo now that Liang has taken out the top lane outer tower. Definitely want to try and get a few more plates if they can in the next 30 seconds, but more than anything, just, you're opening up the map, start moving your pieces around and maximizing your farm.
Yeah, good job by Beyond trying to get some pressure down the bot lane there. Didn't end up turning into a kill, but you did all the right steps. You cleared vision in the river. You half rotated Moan down. You read the situation. Haven't landed enough pre-poke from the Ezreal. Call the dive off. I mean, these are the kinds of plays I really like to watch teams try and make. It's these like half plays, these half roams, half decisions where you're option selecting. Like, okay, we didn't land the poke. Let's go back and we'll go back to normal laning. If you land the poke, great. You actually move the rest of your team down and you force that dive.
So far so good, and again that gold lead still ticking up, 4,000 gold ahead now for Beyond Gaming. See just how big of a lead they can build here as second Rift Herald is going to be available in a little bit, but not just yet. Might be good for another tower here, although I think Beyond Gaming are pretty happy with the pace of this game. No need to, you know, put your foot completely down on the gas and just go for broke, because they feel very far in control of this game. I mean, Moan's casually taking the blue buff, who's just farming up a storm, Doggo's throwing Qs at everything that moves. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not like you really get outscaled either. I mean, you're already 4,000 gold up, so you're in a great spot. But it's also not like, oh my god, we got to keep the gas down. How do we get this mid turret? How do we get bot turret broken open? You know, like your team comp still plays pretty well throughout the mid to late game. I think, you know, you could argue UOL does scale maybe a little bit harder in 5v5s with some of the tools that Wukong might have and the MF might have in terms of pure straight to back, front to back 5v5. But 4,000 gold lead and a pretty solid team comp yourself, you know, like you can actually play this one out relatively slowly. I would not want to see them lose this one. I mean, they are saying bot lane again, keeping Doggo down there, so another trade by Beyond, but this one I feel like, okay, you're actually giving them something, whereas the Mountain Dragon's a little bit easier to defend.
Yeah, this Herald definitely nice, as it represents a potential future investment of gold on the tower, and of course that opening up the map for you definitely gives you a lot more space to play with. Kino's going to fight boss here, but Wukong is pretty threatening to the level 7 Rakan, and Doggo is a little low on mana, so it doesn't really feel like dueling even in the 2v1. Maybe suspect someone else is coming along. We know that's not the case, but Doggo is going to play jungle here instead, which is a much better prize. The blue buff, always something you want on Ezreal if you can afford to give it over.
I feel a little bad for Boss here. The counter pick largely went how you think the early laning phase should go. Maybe fell a little bit further behind than you'd want, but there was a disaster kind of going on in the bot lane and some of the other parts of the map. And so you can't get the jungler attention that you picked this champion for. If you're not going to play around the Wukong with your Lee Sin, it's not really going to do that much. I think Beyond did have some good windows where you saw Husha, you know, camping topside in case that gank did come through. I think Beyond did a good job trying to play around that, but it's just unfortunate for Boss. Now, you have your items completed, and that's the one nice thing, is that Wukong is not just a lane counter. He is very good through all portions of the game. It is a fairly physical, damage-heavy team comp, and when Wukong gets his ult up, he gets so many stacks so quickly. The regen that comes through, the actual armor that you get from that passive will make it pretty annoying for the rest of Beyond to try and kill him, but luckily, Beyond has a ton of extra gold.
Yeah, and Doggo is about to take that gold investment and run with it here. He's very close to transforming this Muramana. Does have the blue buff ticking away. He's trying to get that poke happening. He's going to sit mid now for about as long as he needs to take out this tower, unless his team demands he come over for an objective. But again, Baron not a thing for a few minutes. Not something you want to take at 20 anyway. Not really caring too much about the Dragon. Beyond have definitely favored the farm and the towers right now because they want to keep that gold lead nice and high. And Doggo is obviously, you know, public enemy #1 here for Unicorns of Love, but pretty tough to kill the Ezreal with his team behind him. And Boss actually going to get spotted on the flank. Again, nice surveillance here for Beyond Gaming, kind of keeping their lead intact with, you know, good fundamentals and good vision control.
Yeah, double pink wards in both the side lane brushes around mid so that they can't find a flank opportunity. Boss is trying his best now around the Raptor pit, but it's really hard to find an angle. Here's No Man's, though.
No Man's maybe is the one to make it happen. Bullet time already down, but Argonaut getting absolutely ripped to pieces by the poke onto that tower. And No Man's going to get spotted, so Beyond Gaming just going to rotate down. And you know what? There is a dragon to take, but I think they're much happier trying to keep sieging this mid tower, because what do Unicorns of Love have here?
They don't have anything after the bullet time went down. They were trying to land some pre-fight poke with the bullet time as well as clear the wave, and then you have the flanks come in from the pincer move, but it just kind of fell apart because the vision control was so good. It was so telegraphed.
Ooh, this is maybe a bit of a pinch here, but Beyond Gaming are going to keep sticking together. Herald dropped in the mid lane here to try and get some counter play, but Beyond Gaming actually fancy Ananastic as their target here as Boss continues to eat poke to the face. Cinder Stun's very nice there. Boss going to get an unleashed on, but Doggo getting out of dodge there. Husha diving in, and now it's a 2v3 in the back line, and they're just getting decimated underrated Unicorns Love, but they will trade it back and forth there as Moan is going to fall on the other side. Argonaut still alive for a little while longer, lives to tell the tale, but Doggo flashes in for the max range Q, and he wants blood. Nomad's going to be the next one on the chopping block, and reads every single juke for the triple kill.
Doggo's skill shot accuracy on this Ezreal, man. He's got aimbot on locked, chasing down the kills there after a pretty scrappy fight. UOL did make that a little bit closer than I thought they'd be able to, given how the fight started, with how much pre-fight poke there was, as well as how far they are behind in the game, and you can see the potential of their comp, but Doggo's too clean.
That was really slick. Even going to take the dragon at the end of it as well. As Doggo, touched it again.
Count the Qs, the favorite game to play with Ezreal on replays. We'll have to see how many he does land. Kino there, going onto an Onastic, draws a lot of attention, and despite the fact that they get a lot of poke onto boss, makes it look like it's going to be an easy win for Beyond Gaming, but you can see the Wukong's power there, working in, finding these knockups, hitting people, Silence as well, stealing these ultimates. I got distracted from watching my own gameplay, but at least towards the end of the fight, I didn't see Doggo miss anything. This one here, I mean, just, ooh.
I love that.
And even before that fight, like, on the top side of the map, when they were sieging a while ago, ooh.
That's what you need to know about that replay.
That's a... God damn, that Ezreal's clean. Struggling. But yeah, Doggo was doing a really good job even before that, landing poke on the MF and stuff like that. So he's looking real good right now.
Yeah, I get why they keep picking him the champion, I guess, you know.
Especially if the enemy's going to throw 3 bans at him and that's what you're getting out of it, you know, that is a big threat for teams to go forward in this.
An absurd... Oh my god. I was like, is that CSD real? That can't be real. And it is real. Plus 72. That graphic showed, and it's live, so it keeps getting updated.
225 CS at 20 minutes. This is like the old school numbers mid laners used to get when they were doing the raid camp farming. You remember that crap where they'd steal all your junglers and go to the other guys? That is some insane numbers for an Ezreal.
All right, well, Syndra, how do you get out of this one? In a 1v3, soon to be a 1v4, Santa's the target. Is going to get killed. Liang swoops in to get it. Now Kino looking to line them up as Doggo finds Boss with a bit of the true shot barrage. Not enough to get the kill just yet, but Husha is closing the trap. No Man So on the wraparound is trying to make it happen. Liang gets one, but he gets traded back and forth. Now the bullet time is going to zone out the rest of Beyond Gaming, and they don't have it just yet, but Unicorns of Love need to leave the scene of the crime now, and that is easier said than done. Boss is low. Argonaut is just about dead. As Wind becomes lightning, we'll finish off the tail end of that kill, and Doggo going to pick up the sales here as Boss is the only one left alive, and thankfully Wukong will live to tell the tale how 4 of his team dove and died.
A good attempt by Unicorns of Love to stay active in the game, and you asked how Moan gets out of the situation. He gets out in a body bag, but the rest of Beyond Gaming were able to collapse quite nicely, and it looks like they're going to be able to grab the Baron on the back end of this. Santos is the only one in the area, no teleports. I guess Boss has his teleport up. Can get a ward down. Maybe they can stop this, but doesn't look like they want to go for it.
Yeah, ultless, flashless, nautilus.
Ultless, flashless, Wukong being able to join in. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a fight you win.
Don't think so. So watch this one again.
So, like I said, initially like to play, finding these kills, and Boss and Onastic have some nice footwork here to make this a little bit more difficult. And the only problem is it just takes too long. You know, here he's dodging the Husha, W over the wall. He's kind of doing a good job reading all this. The rest of you, Corners of Love, run through the turret to try and get them out. This is a nice zoning ultimate from Argonaut to make sure that they can maybe get back to the turret. But Husha has a really clean re-engage here, going for the Alt W to clear the path onto Boss, getting onto Argonaut as well. And while Boss does get out, it also splits No Man's there to stay trapped under the turret. So nice job by Beyond Gaming reacting to that play, picking up all the kills in the Baron.
And Doggo continues to get richer here in this game. 5-0-1, 3 items completed, stopwatch ready, and a Rebel Baron power play to top it all off. Beyond Gaming looking to put the finishing touches on this game by the looks of things. They are way too close to 10,000 gold ahead given the time in this game. It's only 23 minutes or just under, but Beyond Gaming are just unbelievably ahead in this game. And Boss is feeling the pain. The clone's getting shot. The real Wukong's getting shot. Doggo's terrorizing everyone.
Doggo's a nightmare. He is super aggressive, taking blast cones over the wall, behind turrets, shifting forward. This man has too much confidence.
And 4 people in the mid lane is going to make sure he stays nice and safe. Liang's going to finish up to tier 2 in bottom lane as the mid one falls. And Onastic is on quite the adventure. But is going to be spotted by just about every ward in existence.
He is on a safari mission.
Unfortunately, he is now, I guess, the prey. Just spotted by Husha briefly. Doggo dominating, just deletes Santos from the game. And oh my goodness, that true shot barrage did a lot to Argonaut. And Marn's busy fighting a couple, but not going to matter as he finishes off one and the others are going to get grabbed. And now Husha once again with the re-engage as everyone's been poked down low. And Doggo is continuing his reign of terror. Misses a Q finally on camera. And an Arsik with some nice footwork to get out alive. But unfortunately, the structures will not be so lucky.
Nope, looking like it's going to be both mid and bot inhibitor here. We'll see if Beyond Gaming want to try and push for the end. They seem like the kind of team that would be down to scrap it out, especially if they can find another pickoff here. They're super far ahead, looking like they're going to find their first win in group stage of play-ins.
We wonder why we kept hearing, oh, it's Doggo's team, it's a Doggo-centric team. Finally, kind of realizing some of that we saw when he was subbed in for PSG last international. This lockup is nice. Everfrost here. Out of the Sars to find two with the root, but not enough to get a kill as Doggo's going godlike, still shifting forward there as Boss finally slays one, gets Kino as Husha on the back end, takes out Nomad's true shot barrage back up, of course it is. It's been long enough here as Boss once again is going to go back in onto the Zinzao, but that's not going to be enough for a kill. Liang's going to finish one up, Boss is going to get finished up as well, and it is only MF left to die to Doggo, this time going to escape.
He decides he prefers creeps over killing MF. I am positive he just kind of like kept running at an angle he could have cut. Oh, whatever, he gets both. What am I saying? Doggo, of course, is going to get both.
Melee, Ezreal, shifting in, getting the ace, and now we're back for more. Santos is like, I don't know what round this is. I'm out of here. I don't think I like this experience, and Beyond Gaming are going to make sure it ends quickly at least, as they will take down the Unicorns of Love to pick up their first win of Worlds 2021.
They are on the board. It had to have been a difficult start to the day after their loss to Cloud9, but you can see the power of Beyond Gaming when they're in form. Doggo creating leads in the bot lane that the rest of the team capitalizes on. Liang winning his lane. The rest of the team playing around them well. Husha exploiting these advantages quite well himself, comboing well in the team fights. They're a pretty well-balanced team if they can find their footing in the early game.
Yeah, definitely more of what we expected, I suppose, and good to see them on the board. We'll have to see how the results shake out. They only have one game left to play. That is, of course, true for both these teams. Unfortunately, Unicorns of Love down but not out, but 0-3 cannot feel good in a 5-team group stage.
No, and I don't believe they're eliminated yet. If Beyond goes 1-3, Unicorns Love pick up their next one. It's not broken by head-to-head, so they'll probably, I think they have to play a tiebreaker, but it still is not a very fun position to be in, and I believe they have Cloud9 next, if I'm not mistaken. So not an easy one to try and pick up your win.
That is their team left to play.
Yeah.
They will not play the next game. They'll actually be Cloud9 playing Galatasaray, which should be really fun. And once again, like, the group feels like it could potentially be in disarray, especially if C9 lose here. It's just going to be, you know, hands in the air, probably play 1,200 tiebreakers, and I don't know, we'll have a fun time.
Sounds good to me.
Can't wait. All right, we'll see if Cloud9 can remain undefeated of Galatasaray. I'm going to grab that. We don't go too far away. We're off to a break. We'll be back shortly with more Worlds.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Beyond Gaming have come alive in this tournament by picking up their first win against Unicorns of Love. And Goldberg, I'm going to come to you first because while yes, Doggo did do Doggo things in this game, it felt to me like the victory really came off the back of the solo laners doing exactly what you asked them to do.
It's finally like there was a team around Doggo this time around, and I feel like the game just become easier once you have a mid lane with pressure that can, you know, come together with a jungler and then move down towards the bottom lane and play for your AD carry. So yes, that did actually help quite a lot. It wasn't just the mid lane though, it was also Liang up towards the top side with the Jace, getting resources into him with the Rift Herald all of a sudden, and you have a top laner that's ahead. You know what, that also helps the map, that helps the entire team. It was great to finally not only just see Doggo, but Beyond Gaming.
Exactly. Liang did a lot of work on that Jace up in the top lane, but an important note for everybody that this is actually the first win on Syndra for Moen in the mid lane, career-wide. So Kaizen, kind of an interesting pick to have been 0-4 on the pick coming into this game, but still to have the confidence to pull off plays like this, pushing in and roaming to the bot lane.
Yeah, and what a time to decide to get your first career win on Syndra. I thought Mountain performed great. He was the best supporting player here. Doggo was clearly the star, but his stuns multiple times throughout this game, you know, in this clip to an extent, and right here, picking out the MF completely changed the complexion of this fight to a point where now, instead of this being a skirmish around Herald, it's a complete rout. UOL, they already gotten Herald low enough that they feel like they have to commit to at least trying to get something out of this skirmish, and now they get caught out and give away additional kills, all set up off the back of MF getting picked out there. So this is exactly what Goldberg was talking about before this game. What he really wanted to see was a solo step up, and they absolutely did that.
But it also brought it back to the contrast that we created here before the game actually came into it. So we finally had the solo laner stepping up, but for Unicorns of Love, Argonaut, unfortunately, being the one on the receiving and being the one being outperformed once again, so Unicorns of Love no longer having their own destiny in their hand, right? We don't have tiebreakers, but they need to count on Beyond to lose the next game, and them then winning the next game, and that's still a tough task to ask for Unicorns of Love. That's still looking a bit shaky.
So the early game was all about the setup by the solo laners, putting Doggo in a fabulous position. Let's go ahead and take a look at a dragon fight, though, where he is unlocked to do the thing that we know him to do. A triple kill for the ADC, Kaizen.
Yeah, and the key word here is unlocked, right? You can see Kino and Liang first zoning off the Lee Sin, so Doggo can just focus on dealing damage. And then at this point, it's basically free reign for him, because now he knows there's no one on his flank that he has to worry about. The Wukong is firmly in front of him, so it's just a matter of cleanup duty for him. And then this is where Doggo shines. When you put him in a position where he is unlocked and he just has to focus on mechanics, you can count on him to carry.
You don't miss. You don't miss
Even
in those
Chibi
pivotal
was just
situations.
looking there like, what is happening?
I know, right? You're like, oh, I've definitely got the fancy feet. Oh, no, he found me regardless. And so a fabulous win put on the board for Beyond Gaming, and very much a boon to their chances in this group. But I also think it's important for us to take a step back and kind of evaluate where all the teams stand. For Unicorns of Love, while down, they are not out. Sitting at 0-3, Goldberg, mathematically, they still have options to force that tiebreaker.
Exactly, so they need to win their own game. Even then, the destiny is still not in their own hand. They need to count on Beyond Gaming to actually lose, and that's why this game was so pivotal, because, as, I mean, we reiterated it so many times, let's just do it one more time. It's no longer in their own hands. They need to count on Beyond to lose.
Well, we'll see if they can do just that, but we've only got one more game to close out day 2 here in play-ins, and it's Cloud9 coming up next.
Make or break. Make it yours.